So this is the overarching goals of the 3 days of the workshop and the outline of the 3 days. We had the Monday 20th, we had broadly focused on developing Asia with Ashish Khotari as a keynote speaker first day, and figure out a bit more about the participants through the 2 networking sessions. On Tuesday, 21st, we look more at industrialized Asia with Gakuto Takamura. And we also had the 2 regular sessions, and then become aware of existing urban alternatives with Arlene and Babaluka. So today is the 3rd day, Wednesday 22nd. Today's focus on getting into and acting and communicating together. We will invite Arlene Delaney to the keynote speaker of the day. So after the keynote of Alyne, we have 2 regular sessions. And then finally, we have final panel on how to move forward, tighten, and expand the network of alternatives safely and quickly. So this is today's program. So, the 2 sessions are, session 5 is Good Life, and the session 6 is Imagine. I believe all of you have already used the Slack, but again, I would like to make sure that we are using Slack as a platform for communication of this workshop. So far, we have 139 members. Wow, great. And more than 2,000 messages flying around the Slack workspace. So if you are looking for a Zoom link of today or full program, you can see that at the 10 welcome channel. And if you have any problems, you can ask at the 11 help support channel. We would like to know you, so please introduce yourself at 1-2 introduction channels. For presentations, questions and comments and the discussions are expected in each channels. So today's channels are 2 Keynote, 3 Delaney, 3 Session 5 Good Life, and 6 Imagine, and 4 3 closing panels. Almost all presentations are already there, so you can check presentation and post questions and comments anytime. Since this is the online workshop, I know it is really difficult for someone to manage to attend the live sessions. So, but we can communicate via Slack channels. So please, even if you can attend the sessions on time, please don't hesitate to leave comments and questions on Slack channels. You also can find or post useful references at reading materials channels. Yesterday, one of my colleagues, Christoph, has posted the reading the Ashish Khotari, the first day's keynote speakers, the writings, for example. You don't not only the findings, the references, but also you can post your useful references there. Please make sure that we will keep this Slack workspace after the workshop, so we can use this platform as for the communication even after the workshop ended. So in case if you want to share your events, publications, or funding information or job course, please use this Slack, or you may be able to gather thoughts and examples from this community. So if this Slack workspace can benefit for that purpose, it would be more than happy for us. And finally, we have some requests. So the slogan is think like a commoner, use common sense. So please use Slack, not Zoom chat. It's really hard to follow the communication happening in the different channels. So please concentrate on the Slack channels. And please fill out the consent form, please. So not only for presenters, but also the participants too, because we are recording the sessions for documentary purpose. Such kind of the recording may include your comments or questions. So please, all participants fill out the consent form. You can see the link from 10 welcome or 11 help support. Also, please fill out the IASC-RIHN 2020 online workshop questionnaire. We would like to gather your thoughts on this type of conference, and we would like to feedback the result to our community. It may be useful for the person who wants to host, say, similar type of online conference. So in case of speaker troubles, please try to log off and log in Zoom. It's very practical way, but it is useful. So far, we don't hear a big trouble for this conference, but if you have any problems, please let us know. We may be able to help, but we may not. Okay, so this is the announcement. So now we have 14 people, right? Yes. So we would like to start the keynote first session of the day, the keynote speech from 1 p.m. in Japan time. So we have 4 more minutes. Would you like to say?
Would I like to say anything or?
Well, yes, of course, but so.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, I think after the 2 days in the workshop,
Yeah.
If I hadn't recorded it, I would have changed my presentation actually.
Really?
Well, it's a lot in the IASC history and how we've communicated. So, and the main point when I did the keynote was really, I think the main point after getting out the information is the discussion part. I think that's what's most important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So is anybody want to say something to the community? I will start 3 minutes later, but we have three minutes. So would you like to?
Maybe you can do a recap of yesterday
Recap
in
of
3
this.
minutes. What
3
did we
minutes.
learn yesterday?
What did we learn yesterday?
2 minutes left.
Yes. So go ahead, Christoph.
Well, yesterday I learned that you should not break your foot just before the workshop starts.
Yeah.
Apologies for trouble with the technical stuff. That's my fault.
Well,
no, I
nobody
think,
talks about that incident. So first you need to introduce what's happened.
well, yeah, yesterday in the morning I managed to step wrongly and break a bone in my foot, which is why I didn't managed to go to the institute yesterday, but joined from home. And our wonderful team had to take over my duties for that.
Yeah, it was very big news for us, the sudden big news. And we were a little bit yet panic, but
But I think yesterday we had another really interesting day. And I think you could really feel the enthusiasm in the workshop because our networking session in the evening went over time.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good sign.
I think so.
And I think what I also mentioned internally before is I think we have a lot of early career researchers here at the workshop, which is great because that's what we wanted for the workshop. And as such, I think our keynote today will be really interesting and helpful in that regard, because I know that the pressure to publish is higher today than I think it has ever been before. And well, any help for that is very much needed and welcome, I think. So seeing that we're close to 1, Tamura-san, back to you.
Thank you. So thank you. As I expected, there are more and more people coming to the room. So from yesterday, they learned that we don't need to gather at 15 minutes before. That's good. Okay, but just in case, I would like to, so for the people coming right now, I would like to tell that we would like, please make sure that keep discussion on Slack, and please refrain to use Zoom chat. It's quite, it make a problem for us to follow the whole discussion, for the chairs to follow the discussion. So I would like to ask you guys to, if you have any comments and questions, so please use Slack instead of the Zoom chat. And we will keep the Slack workspace after the workshop closing. So please feel free to use that as a communication platform. Okay, so now it's time. So I would like to start the day of the third day of the workshop. Okay, hello again, everybody. My name is Norie Tamura from the Research Institute of the Humanity and Nature, Kyoto, Japan. Welcome back, or welcome the third day of the Commons IASC-RIHN workshop on Commons post-development and the growth in nature. So I would like to briefly explain about the background of the aims of the third days. Since I have been the Commons researcher for long, and recently I come to know the degrowth movement and the scholarly, and though both two communities are very fascinating for me. I think it would be great to bridge these two communities, Commons and degrowth, because as we discussed over the last 2 days, Commons and commoning is a crucial factor for rethinking and reshaping this unsustainable and unfair world society. And not only degrowth, common scholars and practitioners have been cooperated together over years, and the IASC, the International Association for the Study of Commons, has been the arena of transdisciplinary practices. And furthermore, recently in Asia, IASC become quite popular, and the number of the members from Asian countries are increasing, I feel, even in Japan. So, for example, in Japan, in 2013, the RIHN hosted the global conference of IASC in Kitafuji, Yamanashi. So after that, many of my friends attend the IASC conference regularly. So now the professor Inoue from the Waseda University in Japan is participating as a council member of the IASC. I would like to apologize if it sounds really rude and impolite, but I feel it's great issues because I personally feel, you know, in some aspects, the commons studies are really, how to say, it's really difficult to explain, but some kind of the Western scholars coming to Asia and so the interesting and then exotic, nice examples from Asian fields. This was some people have such kind of feeling for the common study. I should not say some. I have such kind of image, but the recent increasing number of Asian members means the Asian people now engage both research and action by themselves. So we are not only being in the nice, fascinating field for Western scholars. But anyway, with this uptrend, we think it would be a good opportunity to utilize IASC platform and resources for facilitating Asian-based discussion and communication. So today's keynote speaker, Arlene Delaney, has worked with Commons and IASC for long years. Here you would like to listen from her about the overview of the IASC and its resources, which could help us to bring our voices to the society and also to call for action. So Arlene Delaney is the anthropologist. She is originally from the United States, but now based in Miyagi, Japan. is Associate Professor of Tohoku University. But today she joins us from Denmark. It is early morning in there, right? So
Yes.
what time is it? It's really sorry. So please welcome Alyne and say good morning to Alyne. Okay, I will pass the mic for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. As I'll say in the beginning of the keynote, it's my pleasure to be speaking with everyone. Yeah, so basically the keynote was put together as an introduction to the IASC and a little bit about some of the challenges we've had. But what I'm most looking forward to is the discussion among everyone else about how we can move forward and how we can have the energy to stick together. So, and I hope the keynote can be played from your computer, Noria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The organizing committee will take care of the broadcasting.
Okay.
So shall we start?
Yes, please. Onegaishimasu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arlene Delaney, and I am very much pleased to be here today, and it's my great pleasure to have taken part in this workshop through the past few days. This next presentation that I'm giving is entitled Extra, Extra, Read All About It, the Whys and How-Tos on Getting the Word Out on Commons, Practice, and Scholarship. So when the organizers asked me to speak at the workshop, which I'm very pleased I'm able to attend, even though I'm currently stuck outside of Japan, so I'm glad it has become an online workshop. But when they first asked me to take part, we kind of talked about me just speaking about publishing in the IJC, the International Journal of the Commons. But it seemed to me it should be a little bit broader. And I think since a lot of people are new to the IASC, I wanted to talk about the organization and the different avenues of publication and knowledge sharing. So that's what I'm talking about today. So today's roadmap. So where's the presentation heading? You know, what am I going to talk about today? Obviously, I'm going to start off with a brief introduction about myself, who I am, what my background is, because I think I'm kind of an unknown entity to many of you guys. And then, as I already briefly mentioned, I think much of my presentation is really focusing on introducing you to the IASC, right? And as a part of the IASC, that's one of the ways and one of the means to getting the word out on the commons, right? So that's what the presentation is really focusing on. And so the organization, the different outlets, you know, such as the Journal of the Commons, International Journal of the Commons, the different social media. And then in my concluding remarks, hopefully I can remind everyone what I think is important, why I think it's important, and what I think the key of a session like this and the panel and the talk is really the discussion that comes afterwards. So I think it's the discussion part that's most interesting and most important. So I'm looking forward to that part. So, who am I? Well, I'm an anthropologist by training, originally from the United States. So that means as an anthropologist, I'm trained in the 4 fields of anthropology, so archaeology, physical anthropology, social linguistics, and of course, cultural anthropology. And then I started out my work in fishing and coastal communities. And so as someone who tends to work in coastal communities and looking at co-management, you know, the way resources are governed, then I naturally then fall into the 5th field of anthropology, which is applied anthropology. So again, I was trained in the United States. I'm originally from the United States. And then as I was finishing my degree, I spent a year at NOAA Fisheries in Washington, D.C. I was the first social scientist that was brought in as a Knaus Fellow. That was a very interesting experience. And then as I finished up, I accepted a postdoc in Denmark, actually. And the whole reason I went was because the position was advertised as looking at common property resources and co-management in fisheries, in coastal and inland waterways in Southeast Asia and Southern Africa. So that's what brought me to Denmark. And I spent 15 years in Denmark. But my original doctoral fieldwork was in Japan. So that's really, my Japanese work is really kind of, I think of it as my heart and soul. That's where I first learned about a lot of these issues. In fact, as a graduate student, when I was applying for summer fieldwork to do some pilot studies, before going into the long-term field work period, I wrote a proposal where I talked about the fisheries cooperative and the natural resources, and then it was actually one of the physical anthropology professors who asked me if I knew about Garrett Hardin and the tragedy of the commons. And I did not at that point in time. I was a first-year graduate student just getting started. And I just think it's really interesting that it was a physical anthropologist who first told me about the tragedy of the commons and suggested I read into that. But I think that's also a lesson for, having a broader perspective. So anthropology, for example, I think often American anthropology in particular is very broad. But I think, so for all of us as we move forward, I think it's a good lesson about having your own niche, your own specialty, of course, but able to have broader interests and think more broadly, because it helps yourself and you might also help someone else. So anyway, fisheries. My early work was in Japan. I was fortunate enough to have a Fulbright, and I spent 18 months in the field, so 2 seasons, and that was a very wonderful experience. And then when I came to Denmark, actually the projects they were working on in Southeast Asia and Southern Africa, unfortunately, pretty much came to an end as I was hired. So I ended up working a lot in European fisheries, but that's also a really good experience, provide a comparative analysis, and also brought me more into the applied realm, and really gave me a better sense, for example, of neoliberalism and transferable, property rights and what this means for coastal communities. So I spent about 15 years throughout Europe working on a lot of cross-European studies. But in that time, I was also really fortunate. I had a commons project in Africa looking at defragmentation of the commons, and a few trips to Cambodia and Laos, looking at community fisheries, and also Greenland, for example. I've also done some work in the fisheries there. So I kind of feel like my home base is Japan, but I've just like I talked about, broadening your perspective, but then I was able to work quite a bit in Europe. And then now from 2 years ago, I returned to Japan, and I'm very thankful to have a permanent position at the Center for Northeast Asian Studies at Tohoku University in Sendai. And this is also an area which was hit by the tsunami in 2011. My field site was hit. Many neighborhoods were destroyed. And so that's also brought in a new perspective into my work. I mean, I was already looking at kind of change, looking at the changes in the fisheries and the communities over time. And then disaster has also brought in a little bit of different perspective, but also that ties in with climate change, and there's lots of changes going on in the world. Also now with COVID-19, with Corona. Yeah. So that's just a little bit about me. and where I'm coming from. So I'm an anthropologist, always worked in primarily coastal communities. Love Japan, very happy to be back. But I've gained some perspectives in other areas of the world as well. Okay, and now we're getting into kind of the meat of the presentation and the nitty gritty of what we're really talking about here, the IASC, and kind of giving an introduction to it for people who aren't familiar with it. Now, what is now known as the IASC kind of really began in the mid-1980s as a workshop, like we are here today, with people, coming together. And it was really looking at common property and resource management. This is a group that was looking at this. So they met annually, and then in 1989, they founded the International Association for the Study of Common Property. And the common property was in the title of the association until the early mid-2000s. And there was a great deal of discussion about the change in name. And it's an example of how things change over time, but also how we learn more. And as the research and work continues, then suddenly common property didn't seem inclusive enough, right? So the commons is broader and seems like can accommodate more of what we're doing. So there was a name change in the early 2000s. Now, if you go back and look, if you could go back and look at a list of the original members of the first workshops, and then if you look at the first presidents, they're very well-known scholars and people we're all familiar with their work. Eleanor Ostrom, of course, but Margaret McKeon, Bonnie McKay, Jim Atchison, for example. So they all served as early presidents trying to get the association going. Now, if you look back at the original vision statement, kind of the goals of the association were to, first, to encourage the exchange of knowledge on the commons among a diverse number of, or among diverse disciplines and areas and resource types. And that today, I think, continues to be a strength. And then also, what I think is one of the most critically important parts of the association is the second goal was to foster mutual exchange of scholarship and practical experience. So I think what really sets apart this organization from many others that we might all be members of is that it's really this exchange of scholarship. So it's not an organization of just, quote unquote, just academics and scholars, but also people with practical experience. So with the commoners themselves and with NGOs and NPOs that work with commoners and work with commons issues. So I think that's one of the most important aspects of the IASC. And if you attend the biennial meetings every 2 years, you will always see a large number of commoners that are brought in, that are invited from the local area. It's not always easy to do, of course, because, well, especially as an anthropologist, people have different ways of communicating and interacting. So it's not always easy to bring people together from different disciplines and areas. And of course, scholars versus practitioners, activists. But coming together and working through that, I think, is one of the greatest strengths. And then, of course, the third point of one of the goals of the original vision statement is promoting appropriate institutional design. I think, and if we look at Ostrom and all the work that's built upon this work and moving forward today, then definitely I think the goals of the association are still being followed and important today. And then now we're looking at for this next part of the presentation on getting the word out, right? Getting the word out on the Commons. Telling others about the work we do, sharing knowledge, but also gaining knowledge, right? And as I've talked about up until now, I think the IASC is a fabulous way to kind of focus getting the word out on the Commons. And through the IASC, I mean, and this is just one example, of course, and I hope in the discussion, we'll talk about other ways of getting the word out. But if we're looking at the IASC, and you go to their website, which is listed here in the presentation, but it shows a number of different resources and different ways of getting out the word on Commons and sharing the Commons. Some of the resources of the IASC, which I'll briefly touch upon as we move forward here, is the International Journal of the Commons, which I mentioned earlier about. Initially, that's maybe what the talk was going to be about, but I think it's better for it to be broader. There's the newsletter, which is formerly was the Commons Digest. Now it's a bi-monthly newsletter. There's the Digital Library of the Commons, which I hope everyone knows about, and if not, we'll talk about it. And then, of course, now there's newer ways, newer methods than, say, was available when I was a graduate student. For example, video means. So on YouTube, the IASC, there's an IASC Commons YouTube channel, and then there's an IASC North America channel. And then as we're going through the resources and what's available through the IASC, there's a whole slew of educational materials and then a listing of different databases and methods. And again, what I'm touching upon here is really just an introduction, saying what's out there for people who aren't familiar. It's not a thorough listing, but hopefully, with this, it's the beginning of the conversation. So one of the first resources I'll talk about now is the IJC, the International Journal of the Commons. I think it was back in at the Bali Biennial Conference in 2006. There was a big meeting from interested people about founding a journal. And this was a big deal. This is an important thing to talk about, and that's because, I mean, as we know, the IASC is an association devoted to understanding and improving institutions for the management of resources that could be or are held or used collectively, right? So we've talked about this, and we know, this is how we refer to these systems and resources as commons. And definitely the work that we do, the research we do, and the activism we do on the commons is relevant for teaching and policy discussions. And it should be easily available to not only to fellow researchers, but also to students and practitioners and professionals around the world, especially in developing countries. So, the IASC provides a platform for researchers and practitioners in these different regions, developing and industrialized countries, to come together across different disciplinary lines and to share our knowledge, how commons are used and enjoyed and resources are managed. And of course, a lot of research that we do, just like at other academic disciplines, are reported at conferences, right? And especially, ours are concerning the natural resources. And up until, the founding of the journal, a lot of this research is scattered among, big main 10 to 15 journals. And these are all very costly, right? Very expensive. And yet the majority of the IASC membership are people from institutions and, organizations in developing countries. And so the argument is that these institutions and people have fewer resources to journal subscriptions, right? And less resources to print out different journal papers. And so the idea is the paper published on commons issues need to be, we're working in commons, and these commons issues publications need to be in the public domain, freely to all. And so that's why there was this push for a journal specifically on the commons, and that it's an open access journal, right? So one is to make it, available to everybody, but it's also to have a main journal, a main focus. Because, I mean, even if I compare and I think back to when I was a graduate student, there is just so much more information out there, so many more journals, so many more publications, and it's easy actually to miss things, I think, today, as they're spread out amongst, so many different journals. I often read, for example, Maritime Studies or Human Organization, but oops, there was something on commons in fisheries research or in, fish and fisheries, and it can easily be missed. And so that was the big reason to push this journal, that we need a journal for the organization, kind of as a central housing for the research we do, and to make it easier to see the work that's being done and to connect, but also because it's open access and more readily available to our fellow researchers and fellow practitioners. And the next resource I'd like to bring up is the Digital Library of the Commons. Hopefully everyone's familiar with it, but if not, here's an introduction. It was started by the Vincent and Eleanor Ostrom Workshop in Political Theory and Policy Analysis. So they're still in charge, and the librarian in charge is the one who runs it. Obviously, it's evolved a bit over the years, but basically, I mean, especially when it was started, I mean, there was no such thing as Google Scholar. It was really difficult to find resources. But they scoured, anything they came across, they would put into this, depository. And also members and people, yourselves, you could send it in and offer it. And back when I first began editing the Commons Digest, I started in 2003. I wasn't the official named editor, but I worked with Doug Wilson. And then I think I officially took over in 2005, maybe. But in the very beginning, the Commons Digest was the newsletter, which admittedly, I miss it. I liked the format. Maybe, okay, it was an old-fashioned, doesn't fit today's world. Because the Commons Digest, we often would have a lead essay, right? We'd ask someone to write on a certain topic, and then we would get, say, 4 people to respond, so you're kind of having a discussion. And the way Doug always talked about it, we wanted it to be like something you would read over, your breakfast coffee, so talking about the academic and practitioner related issues on the Commons, but not an academic article, so bringing up the issues. And but it wasn't always easy to find authors, right? Especially if there was topics and regions and disciplines I wasn't familiar with. So the Digital Library of the Commons for me was fantastic. I could punch in the topic or keywords, and then I would get up some listing of people of who could be potential authors. So that was great. And also, I often, sometimes, occasionally, not very often, but every now and then you'd get someone to write in and say how much they enjoyed a certain issue. But I know for a fact that what members used to really like about the Commons Digest was we always had a list of recent publications. And I know that was a really valuable part because, again, especially before Google Scholar, because even though there weren't quite as many publication outlets as there are today, oftentimes things would be difficult to find. For example, when I joined the IASC in 2000, it was, even though my professor had told me about the tragedy of the Commons and I started looking into that, but it was really when I started reading for my exams and getting ready for fieldwork, and so many people cited these particular reports, the gray literature, and I couldn't get a hold of that. initially. And actually, I wrote Margaret McKeon and asked her for some reports. I wrote her a letter, good old days, and she invited me to join a panel at the IASC in 2000. But also, I found out later that some of these reports could have been found in the digital library of the Commons. And also, I think a really important thing of the DLC is that, of course, on the IASC website, where we talked about the different resources, and they list, for example, some journals which often publish topics, related to our Commons work and activism. But, they talk about human organization and science and some of these really big international journals. But a nice thing about the DLC, in addition to the different, types of links, which I have here, talking about the Commons and the thesaurus on the meetings and different bibliographies, but also there's links to free online journals and newsletters. And so that's, I think, a really important resource that's available to everybody. And so I encourage you all to take a look at the digital library of the Commons repository and to submit your own work as well. Okay, and then another means of getting out information is a different type of publication, kind of the, looking at audio visual. So IASC, for example, has a YouTube channel where they have posted not only maybe some special shorts on what the Commons is, but also educational materials, interviews with scholars and practitioners. So there's other ways, not just the written word, but there's also, video resources available for the knowledge sharing. And so, for example, especially in some of the courses I've been teaching, oftentimes I'm asked to talk to natural resource management students. Unfortunately, when we bring in kind of the more management, social science side of things, it's at the very end of their career, their very last semester, and they're not. Many of them aren't used to reading lengthy articles, and also these are concepts that are very different for them. And I think partly because of that, and also maybe because of the current generation, they often just respond better to video, audio-visual materials. And so I might talk about a certain topic about the Commons and especially about the property and externalities and, new concepts for them. And I might often say the exact same thing in the discussion and in the lecture that is in the video, but somehow the fact that they then see the video, it just helps them remember, or helps them being engaged a little bit more. So these YouTube channels are an example of other means of getting out the information and the knowledge in a way that you can also share through taking part in this sort of channel. The IASC also has a number of educational resources, and I think especially for those of us who might begin teaching something new, work with a new group of students, it's a good resource. But also, I think we should also remember and be encouraged that we ourselves can help give back, by helping develop or provide resources, to others, including the IASC. But some of these resources, for example, are listed on the website. If you just go, and these are available free. Some ebooks and introductory courses that are available to use in courses or help provide ideas and inspiration as you work in education, or you're trying to educate other people. Yeah, so that's just a little bit here on educational resources. And then along the same vein as the educational resources, there's also resources from the IASC in the form of databases and methods. So again, on the website, you can find a list of these databases, which for example, what I have listed here, looking at case studies on common pool resources and social ecological systems. Some of the database were developed by the Ostrom Workshop, for example, and also this could also be included under the educational resources, but also games on commons dilemmas that can be used in workshops and in courses, with practitioners and commoners. So yeah, so this I just wanted to just briefly touch upon, some of these other resources that are available for everybody through the IASC. And then finally, this last little bit I'll touch on is looking at online technologies and social media. I mean, we touched a little bit already, like for example, the YouTube channel, right, on different methods of connecting and educating and getting the word out. But we've also, as we see, as technology changes and also needs change, using more and more of different online technologies, and of course, social media. So for example, I think in 2018 was the first World Commons Week, which I thought was a fabulous idea, and it's continued since then. So you have a whole week of different activities. I mean, obviously it's nice if you, they'd like to have some local workshops and activities going on during the week, but then we have webinars, say, at noon, and they had it throughout the world, ongoing in different time zones. It'll go on again this year. So this World Commons Week, which isn't only online, of course, but then using the webinars as special events, and also things that could connect across the world. And then, of course, it's going on at the same time as local events. So it's a nice combination. And then in addition to this example of webinars and MOOCs, there's also, of course, social media. And I think all of us, different ones of us are, are better at different aspects of the social media than others. I, of course, am familiar with Facebook, have used it for a lot of years now, and the IASC, of course, has a Facebook page. The IASC-RIHN workshop, a lot has been posted on Facebook. So obviously we all know Facebook is a way to share links and people can interact and discuss. Excuse me. And these days there's, I'm not one of them. I'm going to try to learn to be more on Twitter. But some people are very active on Twitter, and I mean, it is a way, people connect quickly, share comments, share events. For example, I'm in another group, TBTI, Too Big to Ignore, which is on small scale fisheries. We just had a book come out this week, and then suddenly, boom, it's out on Twitter, and people are talking about it. And then IASC as an organization also uses LinkedIn. And so, of course, depending on the needs and the audience, and also the person who's uploading and sharing the information, the different social media outlet, some are used by different people. So, for example, the IASC doesn't use Instagram very much, it seems. I don't use it as much as I should, but I really like Instagram because I think I like the visual aspect and being able to show people the images, because I think oftentimes, especially when I give presentations or when I'm talking to students, I think oftentimes it's this visual aspect which really gets people's attention. So there's different online technologies and social media that we could use to spread information and also to get discussions going and interact with one another. And that's something, excuse me again, and that's something I think that we can all discuss, you know, in this next section. And so to conclude, I don't think I have much time left, but basically I just wanted to highlight again about where to go from here in regards to the whys and how-tos for getting the word out on the commons, right? I mean, why? We want to connect with others, right? We want to, I think many of us, we want to improve lives and make the world a better place, really. Not to sound too idealistic, but ultimately, I think that's what a lot of what we want to do. So we want to connect with others, share the knowledge and information. Of course, we want to advertise our own work. And when I'm talking about getting the word out, I'm concentrating on focusing on the word, quote unquote, because we want to increase our ability to be heard by those who really need to hear us, right? So not just talking in our own little silos, but you know, the policymakers, the managers, the people who really need to hear about the commons and institutional design. You know, we want them to hear us, and so in order to do that, we need to think about the different avenues and the different ways for getting the information out and connecting with them. And I think especially because people, it seems like, are busier than ever with varying interests and organizations that are all competing for our time and attention. And that's why an organization like the IASC, or you know, this workshop that we're in, the IASC-RIHN workshop, I think that's why it's so important if we are able to connect and then hopefully prioritize a group like this. You know, if we can prioritize it and emphasize, you know, this is the kind of avenue that we're going to do to get the word out, then hopefully that will strengthen us as a group, and then and in turn strengthen our message. So, thank you very much. And again, one last thank you. And I'm really looking forward now to having some great discussions. All right, so let's get to it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. Would you like to add anything after joining this workshop for last 2 days? Because I know that you gave us this presentation beforehand the workshop starting.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mentioned before we started that, you know, following these last 2 days, I might have changed it a little bit. Obviously, the presentation was a bit long because I tried to speak more slowly than I usually do as a native speaker. But I probably would have focused a bit more on maybe even trying to think about some of these other groups and networks out there that have come up, you know, during the conference. Nevertheless, hopefully that was a good introduction to the IASC. So yeah.
Yep, thank you. So I got the question on the Slack channel from Professor Brecht. He said he has a baby in the same room, so I will read it instead on behalf of him. So if I am an early career researcher and I want to publish in the IASC journal, besides general advice for writing, what things are you looking for in an article to consider it? Any advice?
Yeah, well, I'm not on the editorial board of the IJC,
Sure,
but
sure.
obviously I've worked with all of them who are, and I mean, I think the main thing is obviously when you're publishing is to make sure it fits the journal. So if it's about the commons and you want to do in the IJC, then it's a good starting point. I also find as a publisher in general, they like to see that you're familiar with the literature. So if you're publishing in the IJC, then it's good to find previous articles that you could use and cite in your manuscript. And I think that's my main suggestions. Someone else might have some others, but I think, yeah, obviously if it's about the commons, then it fits immediately, but then it's good to show you're familiar with the literature, including the previous literature published in the IJC.
Well, but I wonder some of the commons researcher engages in the activity, it's very difficult to express. I mean, a bit step out from the original discipline, or it's really difficult to put in the nice box, the existing discipline box or something like that. So how do you think?
No, it's true. Yeah, a lot of times I might, in my own publications, I might think of, oh, maritime studies or marine policy before the IJC. No, it's true. But when I think of one of the articles I published in the IJC previously, like one of the main reviewer comments we had was simply they wanted a bit more in the introduction about the commons issue more broadly, and then how the specific work we're talking about fits within that. So yeah, no, I agree. Oftentimes we do, yeah, we're focused on our own discipline, and we're used to presenting our work in those terms. But at least what I found in publishing in the IJC, in that instance, we just needed to add another paragraph or so, you know, talking more specifically about the commons issues overall, and then how ours fits within that. So,
thank you. So I see the Leah Lambino raising hands. So Leah, please speak directly.
Okay, thank you for sort of an overview about IAC and sort of different ways of communicating about the commons. My comment or my questions come from, I do understand the need to be able to really share more widely about, you know, what we're doing, mainstreaming some of the sort of the exciting ideas that are coming out, not just in this conference, but all over. So, and you mentioned, for Alyne at least, you mentioned that IAC is composed of practitioners and not just academic researchers. So first, I'm curious about sort of what is the percentage of sort of engagement between the practitioners, and, you know, how many practitioners are actually in that group and stuff. And also another comment on, I'm really glad, and I've noticed that in the course of this workshop and conference, I see a lot of people who are actually, they labeled and call themselves as activists. So I see that they're not just researchers, or maybe some of them are researchers and they work with activists, and activists are part of their group and stuff. But I feel that if we do want to transform, you know, concepts and have fundamental change, and of course, the research community is important in terms of generating sort of the initial ideas, but to really transform and get this out, we need sort of the practitioners, of course, we're doing actual action, and the activists, which are sort of the loud, there's sort of the more, yeah, they do have sort of a media influence and more general public kind of reach. So yeah, so basically my question is, how do we mainstream all these the conversations that we've had? And I'm also right now also doing interested, and here at RIHN we do a lot of the transdisciplinary research work as well. So how then do we continue promoting it in such a way that these are actually translated into, you know, very concrete action points, whatever.
Thank you, Ria. Good questions and comments. In terms of the numbers of practitioners and commenters versus, say, more research-based academics, I don't have recent numbers. I've sat on the board as an ex officio member until just the last few years, but I know traditionally it's been a very high percentage of actually practitioners versus academics. Except the issue is then it was the academics who tended to be on the board. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I think primarily because academics tend to have a base, you know, your regular salary, you have resources, and you have the time then. But I know the IASC starting in the England meeting, there was a local activist who took part, and I think from then onward they're making a greater effort to try to include the more activist, action-oriented perspective in the board, and so I think that's hopefully trickling down a bit more. But personally, as a scientist, you know, I think it's often difficult for us because sometimes you might be viewed as tainted and not, you know, not really being an objective scientist if you are working, you know, like this more activist realm. So I think it is like in the fisheries work I do in Europe, for example. So I think it's a difficult balance.
Right.
So, and I don't actually really have a solution, and I'm hoping that the discussion now others might, you know, we can talk about, you know, how can we you know, do both, because I think it's really important. I mean, when I look at fisheries management, for example, the neoliberalism and, you know, and somehow anything that might actually really be good for the environment is viewed, oh, that's only for society and people. That's not really, that doesn't help the economy. And so it's difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, just a quick follow-up, Takamura-san, is it okay?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so thank you. So my reflection is coming from, I've worked a long time as well with coastal communities and with fisher folk, doing a lot of, but not as an academic, but an NGO. I was with WWF for a long time, and you know, the projects, the things that we're doing there are still sort of old traditional conservation types. We're still talking about certification, which is still very much economic based kind of activities, but we're not really into sort of the substantial transformative change that we have been talking in this workshop the past 3 days. So I'm really wondering how you know, how academics can work with these people, with the NGOs, with the activists. We don't have to be there. I mean, some of us can wear different hats, but I truly believe that the academic community has a special role by itself as the source of scientific knowledge, but that we can reach out and work better with these groups so that then whatever sort of projects they do implement already move towards these new ideas that we're having. So my frustration is just that, you know, they keep doing all these same things, and a bit, especially also, but I come from the Philippines, so, and Asia, as mentioned here, has very rich sort of thoughts and ideas about commons, and it's very particular to, maybe not to the region, I would say. As Takamura-san mentioned, it's a bit exotic and stuff, but a lot of the sort of the Western ideas are the ones that are being sort of propagated or just transferred and taken up and tweaked a bit, but that we do have a rich base by which we can actually sort of move the conversations forward. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you.
Is Max, are you raising a hand? No?
Yeah, it was just a small reply. Because Alyne mentioned the accusation of being political, which usually comes from people who are political and use it as an instrument. And it just needs to be rejected also from scientists. It's an accusation, and it's an ideology basically that actively needs to be rejected. And staying non-political or pretending to be non-political, I think it's not helping anybody actually, and not the commons or not the people that we want to support with the research. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I saw the, well, allow me to repeat my opening remarks briefly. So in the beginning, I thought that even there are so many examples in Asia, but so far, the commons research done by Western scholars, and most of them were shortly, it's a kind of parachute style research, and they come here and they found, oh, here is a very nice, interesting, exciting examples, and they write their papers in English and they publish in English academia. So it was the original scheme of the commons research, even for me. I know the same things are doing by Japanese scientists, actually. To be honest, Japanese scientists do the same thing and write the nice articles in Japanese and publish in Japanese. So here in East Kalimantan, there are so many examples, blah, blah, blah. So I would like to change the existing structure. So I would like to break out this kind of I think that, so it was great in that times, but we are now living this 21st century. So we need to start different style of the research and academia and the research and action collaboration. It's my opinion, just opinion. So, but in that regard, I still feel the IASC has rich resources, and we can use it for our Asian-based discussion and communication. It's the vision of this keynote, in a sense. So I got the question from Slide Kundu on the Slack channel. My pronunciation may be bad. Is that so? Slide Kundu, are you there? Would you like to talk directly, or you are there? Okay, I will read on behalf of you. So if you kindly believe on funding opportunity and the collaboration possibility for early career researchers with IASC, Alyne, do you have any idea of the?
Well, in terms of funding, the IASC themselves is struggling because they used to be, seriously, they were founded with money from the Ford Foundation. And then, I don't know, 10, 12, maybe years ago, longer, that funding was pulled. So, I mean, the IASC it's really like an umbrella organization that's made up of all these others. So like Noria-san just talked about, Asia. So if the Asian network becomes more active, then they become stronger and more of an influence in the IASC themselves, right? But in terms of funding, because the IASC is made up of people from the different regions and their own work, that really the funding comes through, each of us. It's not an organization that has a big pot of money that then gives money out. It's really those of us individually that are working, and then, okay, I need a master's student or a PhD student. So in that sense, definitely connecting and networking, and then finding people who have the same interest as you, or who might, then could use you to work with them. So I'm sorry to say that I can't give specifics on funding, but yeah, the main thing is, connecting with people who you want to work with, and then who want to work with you, and get going from there.
Thank you. Does anybody want to talk about these funding issues? I think most of us have similar problems, or does anybody know any good solutions?
Oh, can I also just comment one last thing?
Yes.
The IASC membership.
Mm-hmm.
Please join. That helps. But also, they've always had a sliding scale membership fee. Some associations are very expensive to join, like the American the American Anthro Association or something. But the IASC has always had a sliding scale, so it's quite inexpensive, if you're joining from Africa or Indonesia, or if you're a student, for example.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
That's a question to you.
Yeah. along with the previous discussion, Jesse pitched the question to me. You mentioned sort of decolonizing the research. How do you suggest this is accomplished? Yeah, it's a big question. Jesse, are you here? No? Well, I think it's a very good question, and it would be great for, oh, you are here. So can you speak your idea briefly? I think you are muted.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because you mentioned like there's a lot of like Western voices, especially in yeah, coming to Asia and you're hearing a lot of like Western voices in Asian research. And I guess I'm just wondering if you have any proposals on how to sort of decolonize the research. Like, yeah, I realize like most of the degrowth research is coming from like Europe-centric sort of mentality, like especially even around the Mediterranean and things like this. So I just wonder, like, do you think it's appropriate for Westerners to like carry out the research in Asia, or how do you think like this involvement should work, or this connection between this body of research that's already developed in Europe, but not like overstepping the boundaries there?
Thank you. Well, maybe it would be a good discussion in the final panel, I guess. But if I talk here briefly, so I feel the same issues for Japanese researchers, Japanese academia too. In Japanese, the commons researcher, in Japan, the commons researcher developing in both ways, but clearly there is a group doing the research in the East Asia or oceanic areas, and I wonder, it's really difficult. So that I mean, in a sense, I feel the same kind of the guilty for as Japanese researchers for Asian countries, and it's, but on the one hand, I feel it's really important to, you know, I do not want to be a nationalistic or purifying the Japanese research should be done by Japanese researchers. It's so stupid. It's not at all what I want to suggest. So I would like to see the better frontier of the research. I know it's totally vague, but it's my, and one of the good point is same as the purifier of the research. I do not want to say to just make the revival of the old traditional commons. So old traditional commons sometimes has a very negative aspect of the lifestyle. So I do not want to duplicate such kind of the not so much unhappy lifestyle. So I would like to find the better way. I know it's very, I talk very big things. So Leah Lambino is raising a hand. Okay.
Oh, just a quick comment. I think, well, for me, it's not so much to say that, you know, Western is bad, or these foreign concepts are not useful at all. But I think it's really more as researchers to have a kind of attitude of really active listening, so that what is happening on the ground actually gets foremost a bit more attention, and not being set in terms of our mind frame, of our framework and mindset. And because sometimes we do come in a particular situation or a research with our own hypotheses and our own ideas of how things should be, but but coming on the ground and you realize it's totally different, and it's not about putting them all, trying to make them fit into that puzzle, but maybe having a sort of an open mind in such a way that what you do discover on the ground gets to be highlighted more. It doesn't have to be fit into maybe an existing paradigm, or it could actually also fit there, but it's just really about having that kind of organic sort of, I don't know, discoveries, I guess, and sharing that more.
So I saw the Sachiko Ishihara raising her hand. So can you speak, Sachiko?
Hello?
Hello.
Do you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to follow on what you said, Tamura-san, because I was experiencing the same thing now, situated in Sweden, writing in Swedish, not Swedish, writing in English. and trying to research about Japan. And I was feeling like there's almost like a parallel academic world where there is, for example, for my case, literature in English about all these European cases of I-turn, or this kind of counter-urbanization, move back to the rural. But in Japanese, it's such a hot topic, but no one knows about it in the international sphere. So I also see this as a problem, and I just kind of want to pose a question of why this is the case. I guess it is because Japanese, I mean, my assumption is that it's because Japanese social scientists tend to just publish in Japanese. But do you think this is just because of a language thing, or if there's some more factors going into play of what is valued in Japanese academia, or some sort of academic culture thing, or if some of you had some ideas on this, that would be interesting to hear your reflections about.
Yeah, personally, I am very interested in that point, because it's really difficult to explain, but in Japan, you can get PhD degree with only with Japanese publication. If you don't have any English publication, you can get PhD degree. I think it's a very different situation in other countries in Asia, I guess. So in a sense, I am proud of that issue. Of course, we could provide I mean, it's a kind of the icon that in Japan here, the thick layer of the, how to say, the research academic, but it may be a barrier it may discourage some people to publish, especially in English or in German or in French. Well, the language issues would be a very good point to keep the discussion in Asia, because yeah, we need like yesterday or on the first day, Ashish Khotari pointed out that why do we need to use the word degrowth or commons or those kind of English words has happened in the context of the English academia, English social science academia. Okay, I think we are already running out of time, so we have some very interesting topics. Would like to continue to the final panel but before closing the panels, please say thank you for Alyne again. Thank you again. And I would like to suggest to you guys, if you have any chance, please let's publish, let's submit the papers to IASC journal. I would like to show the Asian, how do you say, potential to publish in IASC journal and the common journal issues. Okay. Okay, so I would like to conclude would you like to say something, Andy, in the closing?
Just thank you again for the opportunity. I think this little bit of discussion we've been able to have is really good, and especially talking about the hegemony of English and foreign scholarship. So I look forward to the final session, maybe where we can talk a bit more. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So we will start the next session from 3 p.m. in Japan time. So it means 50 minutes later. So please take a short break and see you again on 50 minutes later. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so everybody, welcome back or welcome to the Commons IASC-RIHN 2020 workshop on Commons post-development and the growth in Asia. Now we will start the session. From now it is session 5. The theme is Good Life, and this session is chaired by Christoph Leplecht of LEAN. I will hand the mic for the chair. Christoph, let's get started, please.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to session 5. we're following up on the keynote, and I think we ended the keynote in a very interesting place because we talked about decolonization of research. We talked about different perspectives on research, local perspectives, and good life, I think, is one of these topics that really needs the local perspective, because what good life is very much up for debate. And with that, I would like to jump straight in and start with the first presentation by Takahashi-san and colleagues. And can we get the presentation started, please?
Yes, please listen to the video. Good afternoon. So my name is Takuya Takahashi, and let me start my presentation. And I thank the organizing team for giving us this opportunity to exchange thoughts and experiences during this difficult time. Today, I would like to talk about the relationship between subjective well-being and the forests, and why subjective well-being. Why? This is the famous chart prepared by the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment Project. So as you can see it, ecosystem services contribute to human well-being. So the ultimate goal of why we manage ecosystems, or why we deal with ecosystems, is that we would like to enjoy the services or ecosystem services for improving human well-being, and ultimately freedom, choice, and action. And this is a survey done by the Japanese government. Even though GDP per person grows, the levels of life satisfaction remain stagnant. Economic growth does not automatically lead to higher levels of subjective well-being. And many governments get interested in well-being measures for policy as policy indicators. For example, at the international level, the OECD published a guideline for measuring well-being, and Bhutan and other governments are interested in using these measures. And at municipal levels in Japan, there is so-called Happiness League of Japanese municipalities, and there is around about 100 municipal governments which are trying to use these measures for their policy formulation and implementation. So I would like to answer to these research questions. First, in this presentation, what factors influence forest-related subjective well-being? And next, how can we use the measures of forest-related subjective well-being? To answer to these questions, we first conducted this questionnaire survey described here. Here is the map of research site. Our research site is close to Kyoto, about 60 to 70 kilometers away from Research Institute of Humanity and Nature in Kyoto. As you can see in the right-hand side panel of vegetation map, our research site includes higher ratios of plantation and secondary forests and agricultural lands. We measured subjective well-being using these 4 indices. Please note that we asked subjective well-being related to forests, not to general subjective well-being, not overall life satisfaction or subjective well-being. And this is the cover letter and the first page of the questionnaire. And these are the explanatory variables which we especially interested in this analysis, for this analysis. forest-related activities in the left-hand side, and the forest ownership and plantation ratio of owned forests, and the forest ratio of residential areas. And these are explanatory variables to control for potential influences of personal and community conditions, including demographic characteristics and other human-made and natural capitals. And human-made capitals here. And I would like to show the results of our analysis, OLL regressions explaining subjective well-being measures. And I would like to skip to the major findings in the next discussion section. So research question number 1, what factors influence subjective well-beings? First, forest management activities positively influence subjective well-being. But when they manage their own household forests or they manage forests as a volunteer. So maybe those activities bring about satisfactory and fulfilling experiences. But in contrast, forest management of local communal forests brings about negative influence on positive effects. Maybe they are pressured by duty as a community member. And nowadays in Japan, forest management does not bring about financial returns so quickly. So maybe they have some negative feelings about their efforts. And forest ownerships negatively influence subjective well-being, maybe due to low profitability of forestry in Japan. And research question number 2. So how can we use these measures? Maybe we can use these subjective well-being measures as policy indicators. First rationale is because well-being is a final goal of resource management, as we saw before at the beginning. And the second rationale is that subjective well-being can express the quality of citizens' interactions with forests. That point is often missing in quantitative indicators such as those in the Montreal processes and pan-European process for sustainable forest management. For example, these are Montreal process criteria and indicators. And criterion number 6 includes maintenance and enhancement of long-term multiple socio-economic benefits. So this criterion may be related to the quality of forest management. And the Japanese government report these survey results to the secretariat of the process. And this is the chart of opinion survey about the importance of forests to people in Japan. But this does not well describe the current states of quality of forest and people interaction. So maybe we need better indicators for measuring this aspect. And the rationale number 3 why we should use subjective well-being as a policy indicator. Subjective well-being could spot inequalities between populations regarding access to or use of forest ecosystem services. For example, currently in Japan, forest owners have heavier burden of managing forests as their assets, and other people non-owners are just enjoying the results of owners' efforts. So we can spot that kind of inequalities by measuring subjective well-being. And rational number 4, subjective well-being is holistic and comprehensive because the measure captures all the perspectives that are discerned or felt by respondent. And lastly, I would like to talk about the relationship between these subjective well-being measure and industrialized and developing Asia. Industrialized Asia and developing Asia. So in Japan, we are at the stage, currently we are at the stage of, in this chart of first transition curve. First decreases and next forest restored. And we are right now at this stage of first saturation. And so at this stage, we need maybe not quantitative, but qualitative improvement of forest. So for that, we need continuous human judgment involvement. And subjective well-being measures could help that kind of movement. And also for in developing Asia, subjective well-being has some meanings. For example, focus on subjective well-being may lead to an attitude change, which is a main cause of forest restoration in forest transition. So that's it. So I try to argue that subjective well-being could be a useful policy indicator for industrialized and developing countries. So I want to listen to your opinions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think we don't have any questions in the Slack channel so far. Is there anybody who wants to ask something straight away live? I don't see anybody so far. Can I ask a small clarifying question?
Yes.
So have you done, in this research, you showed that you were working on developing indicators, but have you also done interviews with the respondents to see what there may be complex reasons behind the negative feelings are that you describe?
Oh, before conducting this survey, I conducted interviews with maybe 10 or less than 20 people, and they have some negative feelings about the unprofitability of forestry management. So with regard to negative effects of forest ownership, I think that explains a lot about the results obtained in this survey.
Thank you. We have a live question by Stephen McGreevy. Stephen, would you just go ahead and ask, please?
Thank you very much for the talk. Very interesting. Just a couple of quick questions, I guess. Maybe just for clarity's sake, if you could just go over again how you're defining subjective well-being, especially in the context of the forest-related subject well-being. It seemed like the negative feelings were associated with the economic situation of the forestry industry. If there's any other non-economic or non-market related elements or dimensions that you gathered in your fieldwork or interviews around other elements of subjective well-being that are not economic and market-based. And then one other question just about this happiness league for Japanese municipalities you mentioned.
Yes.
You know, how serious is that effort? we see lots of times some kind of campaigns like this where municipalities may get involved, but in reality, not so much is distinguishing those efforts versus maybe a municipality that isn't included as part of this happiness league. So anything on those two issues would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. About the first question about forest related happiness or well-being, operationally, we just first asked about their experiences with regard to forest, experiences related to forest. And next, we asked, how do you feel about your interaction with forests? And do you feel happy or unhappy? Or what kind of feelings do you have? Or are you fulfilled with those experiences? So actually, we do not know the contents or exact contents of their feeling. We just asked their evaluation on their experiences. So we just try to tell the interrelationship between their experiences or their backgrounds with their evaluation. So I hope this answers to your question. So we don't know the exact contents, but we just try to examine correlational relationship between evaluation and some other characteristics of the respondents. This is your first question. And the next question is how serious those municipalities belonging to the Happiness League. Maybe not many municipalities are trying to seriously incorporate happiness measures or happiness indicators directly into their policy at this moment. This is just my judgment. At this stage, they are just trying to study and doing research how they can use well-being measures or happiness measures for their policy making. But at least Arakawa Ward in Tokyo metropolitan area, they established some research institute to study subjective well-being and other measures for well-being. So at least that Arakawa Ward is quite serious about incorporating subjective well-being into their policy making. Okay.
Stephen, I see you have your hand up. Do you want to do a follow-up?
Just a quick follow-up. What if I'm a municipality and I want to join this happiness league, what do I have to do? Just sign up, or is there some sort of requirement?
Not so strict requirement. This is a kind of a voluntary, cooperating mechanism.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Then I see Andrew, you had your hand up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that presentation. Really, very interesting. Good things to think about. I just had a couple of little clarifying questions, or just for curiosity's sake, I guess. So it seems like you're finding quite a difference between people who are involved with the forest kind of as a matter of duty or their job, and there's a real difference between people who are more involved on like a volunteer basis, that sort of thing. So just if you could just elaborate a little bit on that, on some of the reasons why you think that might be, and you know how the different ways that people are involved with the forest. And the other kind of question I had was, did you find, I don't know if your survey was able to pick this up or not, but did you find that the responses changed in any sort of way depending on how long people had been involved in working with the forest? So, for people who have been involved for a long time or as part of their, their life for many years as opposed to, more recently. So if you found any differences there. So yeah, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Actually, I couldn't listen to your question quite clearly, but you talked about the differences among influence of forest-related activities on happiness or subjective well-being. Are you asking differences?
Yeah, well, in your presentation, you were talking about that you found that there was more positive correlation, or that there was more positive response for people who were involved with the forest, more like a volunteer, right? That was different from people who were involved in the forest, more like it was their job, or they were manager of the forest, or they were owners of the forest. That was where you found the differences, right?
Oh, actually, not that difference. I found the difference between household forest management and volunteer forest management have positive impacts, positive influence. However, communal forest management has negative impacts.
Right. So I was interested. Like, do you have some idea of why there's that difference? So why the people with the household forest management or the volunteer, why they have a more positive experience with the forest than the ones who are more like the communal management?
This is just my interpretation. My co-worker, co-investigator is around here, so maybe I will ask him later. But my interpretation is that because you you planted trees often when you are a child for your household forest, in your household forest. So they have some personal attachment or personal feeling about the trees in that land. But about the communal forests, they don't have that kind of personal attachment. And yeah, of course they belong to the community, but they are in a sense, they are forced to work for the community because that is their duty to work for forest management for their community forest. So that kind of difference, personal attachment and personal history versus maybe community duty. So I think that kind of difference may have some influence on those differences. And sorry, and about the years of experience, we don't have that data because we couldn't ask so many questions. So I don't know at this moment. So maybe Dr. Ishibashi can answer to some question. Is he around here? Please, if you have any ideas.
If you would like, would you allow me to intervene here, because we're slightly running out of time.
Oh, sorry.
That's exactly what Slack is for. So I would strongly encourage you to continue the conversation on Slack, please, because it's certainly an interesting discussion. And I see that Hein Mali also has his hand up, and I would also encourage Hein to write the question into Slack, and then everyone can follow the discussion from there.
Great,
so thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
And with that, I would like to move on to the next presentation by Sachiko Ishihara. Can we get that video started, please, Max?
Hello, everyone. So I hope this technology is working. My name is Sachiko Ishihara, and I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of Social and Economic Geography at Uppsala University, which is in Sweden. I'm originally from Japan, and I'm doing my research in Japan. So today I'm going to be talking about part of my PhD thesis, A Good Life in a Post-Growth Japan, Experiences from Urban to Rural Migration. So commons is actually not a concept that I've been working with, but I've been trying to just see the connections with this conference theme. So I'm thinking about commoning as a process of shared stewardship about things that a community or a network possesses and manages in common. So I'm also drawing on these examples of, for example, CSA being a way to support some sort of agriculture commons. And then I fell across Tamura-sensei's work where she's positioning rural areas as a sort of commons which would contribute to the realization of a degrowth society. And there's different ways that this rural areas as a commons is being supported, and she talks about rural migrants as one sort of example. So post-growth living, post-growth degrowth is a concept that I've been working with longer, and here I'd like to point to Japan as entering some sort of post-growth society. The population is declining, as many of you know, and we have been struggling to grow economically for some time. So rural areas are especially needing to adapt to this new reality urgently, because a lot of people also move out of the countryside into cities, just like in many other countries. So if we think about degrowth being about voluntarily shifting to another type of economy or economic system, I'm drawing on Samuel Alexander's work here on voluntary simplicity movements. He says that a cultural shift is needed for degrowth to arise voluntarily, because if the society is comprised of individuals that are constantly seeking higher income and consumption, we won't be able to shift to a degrowth society, at least voluntarily. I'm trying to think of what Japan can serve and contribute to this discussion about degrowth. And this photo here, some of you probably know, I just threw in there just to think about what are these kind of Japanese ideas, philosophies that could contribute. This is from Ryoanji in Kyoto, Ware tada taru o shiru, which could be translated something like, I learn only to be content. So the questions that I'm trying to think about in my thesis is, what would life look like in a post-growth society at the individual and community level? And this connects to larger questions around how should we live? So concretely, I'm looking at people who moved into Yakushima, and as well as Goto outside of Nagasaki, but here I'm focusing on Yakushima. Yakushima has a lot of these people who moved to this area from outside of Yakushima. So I'm taking an ethnographic approach, and this data is from 2 weeks I spent in Yakushima in November last year. So the first week I spent more or less woofing in one spot where I work for free in return for getting accommodation and food. The second week, I was staying at different guest houses, which were owned by these kind of immigrants, and spent a lot of time interviewing. And in total, I have 15 in-depth interviews, which range from 30 minutes to 3 hours, as long as shorter ethnographic encounters. So some of these people left well-paid jobs in Tokyo to live a different lifestyle. So what I'm finding is maybe these are new ideas about a good life. And I'm in my initial phase of my analysis. And maybe this is indicating some sort of what we might call a post-growth living, some kind of living that's not based on material prosperity or convenience, but something else. So I'm going to quickly show 3 cases. So the first case is the family I stayed with during the first week. Their main income is coming from organizing guided tours for hiking, but they also engage in a diverse set of activities, such as running a forest kindergarten and hosting different events. What was striking for me was that they live with firewood for cooking and bath, which is really unique in a modern Japanese context. And they have an ideal to try to grow their own food and close the nutrient loop by having this more advanced compost toilet. The second case is a guest house owner, a woman in her early 30s, and managing this guest house is her main income, but she has a side job, for example, writing for the local newspaper and some one-time jobs with web design. And she talks about how her relationship to work has changed. And this is an extended quote. In Tokyo, I won't go around telling people what skills I have. But in Yakushima, maybe because some things don't exist here, so you have to do it yourself. But I think it's an environment where being able to do something a little bit stands out. So quite a lot of people are wearing several hats at the same time. There are many who are doing other things while running a shop, doing a tourist guide at the same time as a photographer, and so forth. The individual stands out a lot. When you're in a place with too much information, like in Tokyo, it makes it hard to understand what you're feeling or what you're thinking. But when you're in this sort of simple environment, you can see those things really clearly, and it leads to live true to yourself. 自分らしく生きる. Maybe those that move here are coming here to seek something like that. The third case is a woman in her 40s who is a baker, but also does natural farming of fruit trees and is a local politician. So this is a story where she talks about how she ended up starting to do some beekeeping when, in the beginning, she hated insects. So I asked, why did she start doing beekeeping? Well, that's from a curious turn of fate. A beekeeper happened to drop by our bakery as a customer. They happened to have one hive box with them. They're like, well, it's a really good environment here, and says they can sell the hive box to me. I thought, well, it's not like I really want it, but I'm the type that doesn't really say no, so I paid, and the hive box was left with me. I was thinking, what should I do? But then another beekeeper came right after as a customer, and they put it up for me. So it's a curious turn of fate. I was half forced to put up a beehive. And once I started watching, their movements were way too cute. So I was thinking, bees are actually cute. But around the same time, there was a large outbreak of flies. It happens sometimes in Yakushima. So lots of flies came around, and I was watching, oh, what a dirty looking thing. But then if you really think about it, they look kind of similar to bees. They just look a bit different. And then I felt sorry for smashing them. Since then, I started thinking about everything, whether somebody should be hated just based on how they look slightly different. So since everything under the sun, ari to arayuru mono, is mixed and existing in this world, we're able to live. And if nothing existed, it wouldn't be fun to live. Well, we wouldn't be able to hold up as a living being to begin with. So the voiceless, for example, microorganisms, is an existence we can't see, but they're influencing our conditioning of being alive humongously. The number of bacteria in your gut is staggering. So we are supported even by those that we can't even see. So I'm just going to wrap up with just summing up what are some of the emerging themes that I'm seeing, connecting to the questions that I posed in the beginning. What is a good life in a post-growth rural community? And could we understand some of these stories as a form of post-growth living? So I'm definitely seeing some sort of ideas about a simpler life and valuing just the everyday life, the daily life. So this is manifested, for example, in connecting to local resources and the environment, like growing your own food, and definitely seeing strong environmental awareness among these people that I met in Yakushima, but I'm also thinking perhaps this is specific for Yakushima compared to Goto, which Yakushima is well known for being a UNESCO Natural Heritage Site. So there's this valuing a specific ecosystem perhaps. And then ideas about living true to yourself. I'm seeing new notions of work and relationships to work, combining different work and livelihoods, which is in contrast to this kind of full-time, lifelong employment that's been seen traditionally in urban Japan, or the modern Japan imaginary. And I don't touch about it so much here, but I'm seeing a lot of work that contributes to the local community. And finally, I'm seeing these relationship with non-human nature, which is, you could say that it's new or old, that's more connected and less exceptional as human beings. They're more seeing other non-human nature as part of us, and us part of nature. So I'm looking forward to questions and inputs in this live discussion, and also in the Slack channel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I see there were already 2 questions for Sachiko before the presentation even started, which is awesome. But I think Bettina is not live with us. I think Priya is, though. Would you like to ask your question live, Priya?
Yes. Yep, I'll just read this.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashika, for that presentation. I think I'm keen to know more about the context of your research, and maybe, I'd like you to unpack more on the urban-rural dynamics, and particularly on the demography of the urban to rural Japanese migrants. What jobs or industries in cities were they part of prior to their migration to the rural areas? And I'm kind of thinking that in my own sort of like understanding, of post-growth, maybe in higher income countries, that there are foreign workers that are also kind of contributing to the shift of work and industries in this country. So I'm kind of curious about where foreign migrant workers figure in these ideals or post-growth living situations in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So I think these are really important questions. One thing I should actually emphasize is that I framed this presentation around urban to rural migration, but actually the complication is that the way I selected my interviewees is that I'm looking at people who moved into Yakushima in general. So actually this includes what one might call a rural to rural migration. So people might not have originally come from so it's a little bit more complicated than urban to rural migration, but I'm having a little bit of trouble finding a good terminology to describe these people. Also because this word migration kind of has this notion of kind of foreign migration, whereas I'm talking about the domestic internal migration. But so that's one thing to take note of. The demographics. So in terms of the previous jobs that people had, so I'm looking at people that is in their working age. So I'm not looking at people, for example, who moved there as a pensioner, because I'm interested in the question of work and making a living in the rural areas. And so the different types of jobs people had previously, they're quite diverse. So for example, some of them came directly after studying. In the Yakushima case, I felt like there were more examples of people just who came to Yakushima to visit as a tourist, and then that stayed on. So there's a few that maybe didn't have exactly a job before, but was a student before. The case for the baker, for example, she was previously a nurse, or she was a nurse, and then she moved to Yakushima, she still was a nurse, and then she changed career. There are people that were corporate employees, for sure. there were people that were high-paid corporate employees, which were working intensely, which is something that I'm interested in. I don't have quite a big overview yet of the kind of more statistical like trends. I am hoping I can do some more surveys or something as a follow-up, because it's in Yakushima specifically, it's really, some people say that, you know, they feel like 1/3 of the population on the island is these kind of more immigrants, as kind of a sense of feeling. I'm not entirely sure if that's entirely correct, but it's a lot of people, and the type of people that I've interviewed, I snowballed, so maybe I'm getting a specific type of people. But all in all, I think it's safe to say that the people that I'm looking at are very much middle class or in a sort of privileged group. And just one more note on the demographics is I'm trying to focus more on females, because in previous research in Japan, it tends to be focused on male. So I'm trying to focus on females, bring in the female stories, and so forth. Now on the note about, and the question about foreign migrant workers, this is something I haven't really explored so far, and it hasn't been something that has come up strongly in my context. But I would think, I mean, it's very much connected, because foreign migrant workers are brought in because we don't have, because of lack of labor and the rural context. And in certain cases, they're very much dependent on this foreign migrant workers to come in. So it's definitely connected to the post-growth question, but I'm not sure if this would connect with this kind of more degrowth as a choice, because foreign migrant workers are, I think it's safe to say that they're very marginalized in Japan. They don't really have safe working situations or stable working situations, and they are expected that it's a very temporary thing, that you would go back to your home country in a few years. But I think it's an interesting question that I'll try to explore further later on.
Thank you very much, Sashiko. Yeah, I think that's very interesting to kind of point out, I mean, that to tease out that kind of connection, because of that enlarging of what is ideal in a post-growth living situation. And maybe it's the sort of like a form of commoning as well. I mean, not just for those who are experiencing that ideal life in a post-growth situation, but also kind of extending it to those who are not from that kind of context in the first place. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Christoph?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we have more questions on Slack. That said, I think Ria's question about the statistics we kind of already covered, and it might work better on Slack with links and stuff. Stephen, do you want to ask your question next?
Sure. Thank you very much, Sachiko. Very interesting. I just had a couple questions. One regarding if you had seen any of these immigrants who are now kind of cobbling together lifestyles out of a bunch of different jobs, ever say anything kind of negative around that? Because I do know Suzanne Clean, it's at Hokkaido University, you might know her work. She's looked into a lot of migrant kind of post-growth lifestyles in Japan as well, and she's seen that some people are working even more now than they did in Tokyo. I just wondered if you've seen that. And then also kind of, we're all interested in food and Feast Project, and if there's any food related practices that you notice among the immigrants and how common that is, how common a feature that is in their lifestyles. Thanks.
Thank you so much for these questions. Yes, I'm aware of Suzanne Cléant's work. I haven't gone through her most recent book that was just published this year in depth at all yet, but I know about what you're talking about in this more entrepreneurial people and their experiences. And so far, I haven't really seen this kind of case, but my fieldwork so far I had treated as a pilot, and so I had planned to do more kind of in-depth fieldwork later, but I'm at the stage of seeing whether that's possible at all later on in my PhD with Corona. So just because I haven't seen it yet doesn't mean that doesn't exist. So I'm also not at the stage of thinking about why this is the case, that there's a difference yet. And just a quick response then to the food-related practices. Yeah, definitely I'm seeing interest in self-sufficiency. I would say, I'm a little bit hesitant to say anything about the tendencies, just because of what I said about the snowballing and that I might be getting a bunch that is really similar to each other. Among the people that I've met, there is definitely an interest in growing your own food and so forth. Another interesting thing that I'm hoping to explore in the future is around the gift economy related to food, which I saw especially, or I heard about more on Goto in Nagasaki, where people give each other food among neighbors, or like you get food from your neighbors, which is not migrants but local people, and this is such an important part of their relationship and like just substantial amounts. So this is something I'm hoping I can explore a little bit more, but I think I need a little bit more data on this, which I think relates a lot to what we've discussed in the first day about this diverse economies framework of the economy much more than just the formal economy that we see. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, I think we have one more question from Victoria. Victoria, would you like to ask live?
Yeah, sure. Hi, thanks for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. I know you talked in the last slide about this thing, half farmer, half X, and there's an organization or a community, which I believe is called, in Taiwan, is a Ban Nong, Ban X. I don't know in Japan. Are you working with people who are involved in this? Sometimes they have like meetups or something like that. Thanks.
Thank you so much for this question. I have heard about this from a Taiwanese context as well. So it's the way I've been relating to it is more as a kind of idea, as a concept. So it is as you say, and how it's written. And it's an idea proposed by a guy called Shiomi in Japan. And I know it's been actually translated to a few, at least, Asian languages. And it's a book, and basically he's promoting this idea that if you grow some of your food, so half farming, then you can use the rest of your time doing something that fulfills your purpose, or that you can use to the wider community using your skills and talent. So I'm a little bit skeptical about this concept, how it's so kind of a little bit, I don't know how to say it, not career oriented, but it has a little bit of a touch of this like fulfillment of yourself. But I think it's been a quite influential concept And the way I'm trying to connect it with it is that I think this is sort of the idea that maybe is relevant for understanding, or on the other hand, maybe that is motivating the rural immigrants to live this kind of life, diversifying their livelihoods and so forth. So that was the connection that I was trying to draw on.
Yeah, thanks so much for your explanation. I know that this concept has influenced a lot of Taiwanese like urbanites to move back to the countryside as well. So it's nice to have a comparison.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll try to look into the Taiwanese case a little bit more as well. It sounds really interesting.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and for the questions and answer. Now let's move on to the last presentation for the session on good life. I believe the next presentation will be live presented.
Yep.
Great. I think we've made you co-host, so you can share your slides directly.
Okay, sure. Okay, I'll share it now. Yep, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nurdani Hendranasti. So I'm from Indonesia. So I'm currently working in Universitas Indonesia. I finished my PhD like 6 months ago on Islamic finance. And I did one chapter on degrowth and Islamic finance. So it brings like some attention like about the comments here now. So this one, it's like a new thing that I'm trying to work on. It's been on my head since the COVID-19 pandemic, and it will be touched upon on the agriculture sector and also Islamic finance, and how financing through Islamic finance can be rationalized through commons. Okay, also the introduction. Beforehand, I'd like to apologize if like it's still a early work, so it lacks in many aspects. So it's more than welcome to get feedbacks from everyone here. So the background. So yeah, everyone knows that there is the COVID-19 pandemic, like it's spread widely, and there are million confirmed cases and 100,000 deaths. And also it also has affected every aspect of people's life with various measures because we have to slow down the transmission. So some have the partial lockdown and some also have full lockdown. In Indonesia itself, there are 82,000 confirmed cases with around 4,000 deaths. And also because of the partial and also full lockdown, there are, in terms of labor and employment, there are like 15.6% of workers faced unemployment, and then 40% of the labor also face a decrease in their income. And moreover, like 55% informal workers in both agricultural and non-agricultural sectors are unemployed. And also from the 55% workers, 38% facing a decrease in their sales order. And in Indonesia, workers in agricultural sector can be categorized to be the low-income employment. So with the partial and also full lockdown, they will also be affected because like they can be suppliers for like restaurants or for several aspects. But then because of the lockdown, then their sales order are decreasing. And also there is disruption of the global supply chain for food. So if their orientation is export, then there is also disruption for their sales. So considering the increase in unemployment, but then like in the agricultural sector, like people need food, it's like the basic provision. So there's actually a stability needs on those, and then needs for basic provision of food. Then also there is a need to provide financing for the agricultural sector, because access to finance is also one issue that's faced by the agricultural sector. And also with with this kind of understanding, like if we can support the agricultural sector and also like to subside the effect of the unemployment, we can support like the commoning within the society, because it's been like in Indonesia, it's been like the individualism is increasing. So it might be necessary to go back to have like more social ties and commoning. And then in the financing itself, there is Islamic finance, which is claimed as an alternative to mainstream finance, which can support the agricultural sector. So here are the research questions that I'd like to answer. Like first, how can financing agriculture by Islamic financial product be rationalized through commoning? And second, what will be the structure of the financing and how to encourage the Islamic financial institutions to provide the financing? So I'll give the brief of agricultural sector in Indonesia. Like by February 2019, like the agricultural sector employs 30% of the total Indonesian. However, they are most categorized as small and medium scale. And then the agriculture sector contributes to almost 13% of GDP in the first quarter of 2020, which is second highest after the manufacturing sector. Then, yeah, however, this agriculture sector experiences several challenges, such as the issues of land ownership, regeneration from within the farmers, then limited capital owned by the farmers, then lack of technology use, small scale access to credit, and the issue with large farmers. On the other hand, this sector still has opportunities because 50% of the Indonesian consumption goes to food. And then moving on to the comments, like, so what I have understood from the comments, it expressed the social order based on cooperation and reciprocity, not competition. And then in terms of the agriculture, it's there's an understanding and interaction between humans and also humans and the environment in working for the agricultural sector. And now, how about the financing? So financing is one of the several issues faced by the agricultural sector. And based on the data from Central Bank of Indonesia, financing from banks, it only accounts for around 6% of total loans outstanding. And Islamic finance, which is claimed as an alternative of mainstream finance, it's supposed to accentuate the Islamic economics. And what is Islamic economics? So Islamic economics takes Islam as the worldview, defining that it is based on progression towards excellence or ahsan by achieving ihsan or beneficence at individual and societal level. And the first axiom in order to provide the foundation is tawhid or unity. So unity, it's an axiom of Islamic economics that essentializes that all the stakeholders' rights must be considered in the economic activity. So here the stakeholders, it's not only human, but also the environment and all the stakeholders on earth. And therefore, but it has an implication on the financing provided that it is, so there is a prohibition of interest because Islamic economics aim to decenter finance in favor of the interests of other stakeholders. So the existence of interest should be abolished because it then centers the financial activities around the capital owner. Then the axiom, from following the first axiom of Tawhid, it implies that Islamic moral economy essentializes that all the resources are amanah or trust. So we have So it has to be taken care of by all the stakeholders to provide or to achieve the adalah or social justice. So it's not only the human, but also in the society and also the other stakeholders. Social justice, and then aims at to provide an equilibrium through distribution in the society. And also it has the axiom of Taskio, or essentializes growth in every aspect. So every stakeholder has the right to grow, and it has to be in line with their nature or fitrah, and everything that hinders them from their growth should be removed. So hence, Islam essentializes extended stakeholding-based development as part of Islamic political economy frame and Islamic moral economy substance. So following from this, this understanding of Islamic economics, the understanding of common, it becomes aligned, or it has the same objective here, because in Islamic economics, there should be a just and equal distribution, and also opportunities for all the stakeholders to grow, and for the distribution within the society, and also between the human and other stakeholders. Okay, so now, so those are the theoretical framework that I'm trying to use. So now, how is it the Islamic finance in practice? So basically, Islamic finance has Islamic banks. Then there is also Islamic stock, and they have the Islamic stock index, and they, it also has sukuk, or Islamic bonds. And in Indonesia itself, there are 14 Islamic banks. And this table is like the development of global Islamic banks. So the development of asset, the total asset for the global, from the global, and then the GCC countries, then the MENA countries, Sub-Saharan and Asia, and also Australia or Europe or America. But then Islamic banks in Indonesia only has around 6 to 12% of total financing for the agricultural sector over the years. And also for the contracts, so basically Islamic finance has different contracts available for financing, so it should be based on the purpose of the business being conducted. So there are two types: profit loss sharing and sale-based financing. In case of the agriculture, actually there is an example and also a contract specified for the agricultural sector. It's called salam contract, or it's providing an initial capital for the farmers. So so maybe I'll just show how it works. So in the salam, so this one is the Islamic bank, so it can act as the purchaser and also the seller. So as a purchaser, the bank will have a contract with the salam seller on they will purchase the item from the client with full prepayment of the price and delivery on an agreed specified date. And then the customer or seller will deliver the commodity at the agreed time and place. So it has to be specified from the beginning, like how much the price, and then when will be delivered, and how much amount of the volume of the commodity. And then it will be delivered on the agreed time and place. And then as a bank, they can act as a seller to sell the commodity to any third party by way of any of the following alternatives. So it can be, we can call it as parallel salam. So because we have two salam contracts here. So this is how it's supposed to work with the Islamic banks. But apparently from the data, the salam contract hasn't been used by the Islamic banks with because of many reasons of the structure of in the banking regulation. But then, so it is, so several people assume mentioned that actually Islamic banks haven't been able to accentuate the Islamic the aspiration of Islamic economics. So by understanding about the problem currently faced in after the COVID pandemic, and then like the understanding of commoning within society, and also the aspiration of Islamic economics, it's necessary for the Islamic banks or other Islamic financial institutions to provide those financing, and because it can also give a better life for the community, especially for the farmers, because in Indonesia itself, I've mentioned that they are categorized as the low income employment. So due to of these reasons, there should be a program or regulation or policy to encourage financing for this sector. That's what I'm trying to work on. So how can we design the scheme, and also like the diagram, and what kind of incentives or model that can be used by the Islamic financial institutions to provide financing for the agriculture to strengthen the commons within society. I think that's all from me. I hope it's clear, and I'm welcome with any feedbacks or comments or suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very fascinating overview, and you covered a lot of topics. So I'm sure people have lots of questions in their mind, but maybe have not had the time to actually process everything. But let's see. No, I think it was great. Okay. First question in it.
Hi, yeah. Thank you for such an interesting presentation, Nodani. And I was really interested. It's amazing to see Islamic principles and Islam brought into this debate, because I think often a lot of the thinking around like ecological economics and all of this comes from Buddhist philosophies and Schumacher's work. And so it's really interesting. And yeah, myself, I'm interested in kind of ethics and morals that guide a lot of, not specifically finance, but maybe agriculture and agricultural change. So my question was whether some of the kind of principles you mentioned, they seem to be associated with the distribution of finance and money. If I'm correct, do correct me if I've misunderstood. But I was wondering if, for example, the principles of Adala and Ihsan extend to relations with the environment. And it made me, because you were focusing on agriculture, it made me wonder whether that was the case, and yeah, in a kind of broader sense of a moral economy. Yeah, sorry, it's a bit, I don't know if it makes
Okay, I'm trying to answer. I'll try to answer. So yeah, finance is more like on the distribution of the capital or money. But here, the Islamic moral economy tries to decenter the focus of capital, like because finance, the mainstream, the conventional, it's been focusing on the capital accumulation, which means that the capital is the sole, the ultimate objective of the financial activities. But then here, because of the first axiom, that is unity or tawhid, so everything, all the stakeholders are in the same position. It means that capital is not is not supposed to be the center. So it means that we have to distribute the roles equally and also within the social justice. So all the stakeholders have the same opportunities to grow. It's not only the capital that is growing, while it takes advantage or it expropriates the human and also the environment. But so it's supposed to be because of the first axiom that is unity, and also it implies that all the stakeholders are trust. So we have to take care of each other. So it means that capital, human, environment are supposed to be on the same level, if I answer your question. Yeah, so there should be like just an equal distribution of role for each stakeholder to grow, not only the capital that has been the center of the financial activities, the mainstream financial activities. Does it answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Just stakeholders means more than like beyond human centrality then. So
yes,
okay.
Yeah, and especially like in the mainstream finance, when they say stakeholder, usually it's shareholder or the owner of the capital owner. So it's beyond the capital owner. So it should be everything.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting.
The next question is from Max. Do you want to ask directly?
Yeah, I can. Thank you for the nice and interesting presentation. I was wondering, do the Islamic banks allow multiple persons or a common group to take out the loan? How do they handle it from the legal side and the management side?
Okay, so Islamic banks are following the regulation for the general banking regulation. So based on the regulation, the one who can take out loan is individual or institution. So if they are a group, so they should have like a it has to be in the form of legal institution, like maybe foundation or corporation, but they have to have like a legal ownership, like it has to be clear. But that's what the regulation said. But actually, like fundamentally, like for the Islamic financing itself, it can be a group of people, like they are forming, they want to establish something, and then they can ask for the financing from the Islamic financial institutions. Yes, it's possible basically, but then under the banking regulation, it has to be a legal institution or individual.
So that's the national rule, the government rule, basically.
Yeah, it's like the banking regulation.
Yeah. Which could be a problem, right? Because some of the ownership or the user rights, etc., are not always so clear everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation and the questions. Please continue the discussion on Slack, because this is an absolutely fascinating topic, and I have already a question that I will type in later that I want to ask. But I think it's fair to give everyone a break before the next session.
Yeah.
We have 15 minutes left. So thank you again to all of the presenters and to everyone who joined this session. And then let's start the next session at 16:30 Japanese time, which is in exactly 15 minutes.
Hello, everybody. So the session 6 will start soon. But before starting the session 6, I would like to introduce the short funny video of Chikuken Lee. Please enjoy the songs of Lee. I hope you guys enjoy the video. So it is a kind of a joke video. So in Japanese, the Chikuken is the abbreviation of Japanese of the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature. But in Japanese word, Ken means dog. So and the Chiku is earth. So that character is named as Chikuken, Chiku dog. So some of you may know Japan, now the Society of Japan is under the strong influence of kawaii power, so the cute power. So even in this research institute, create a cute icon of the institute. So, and that video is showing. I hope some of you who is familiar with the Japanese academic culture may have fun with that video. Anyway, I would like to start the session.
Prior is saying, that is very cute. What's the name of the mascot?
The name of the mascot is Chikuken. Chikuken, yes. The video is somewhere open, no?
YouTube.
Yeah. It's on YouTube. So, okay, we will share the link at the off-topic channel later. So please enjoy again if you have any interest. Okay, let's get started the session 6, the final regular session. This session is chaired by Max Spiegelbach. So please start the session, Max.
Yes, thank you very much, and welcome to our session on Imagine. The first presentation will be by Masayuki Kawai from the IGES, the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. Let me find. You ready?
Yes, thank you. I'm ready now.
Perfect. Let me. So you will present from there, right?
I want to library. Want to have presentation. Yes.
Hi.
Thank you. So I'd like to share my screens. So is it okay?
Excellent.
You can see? Okay, thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Masayuki Kawai, a researcher of Institute for Global Environmental Strategies Japan. Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity of this presentation. So I'd like to present about considering the possibility of introducing degrowth concept under the current SDGs policies in the heart of Borneo, East Kalimantan, Indonesia. Through this presentation, first, I would like to introduce the land use change history of my study site in East Kalimantan, and second, the current policies and supports for local people by government and NGOs, which are affecting the livelihoods of local people. Then I would like to try to show the possibility of introducing the growth concept in the study site. So as we can see in these photos, there are many drivers of deforestation and forest degradation in East Kalimantan, including logging industry, oil palm plantation, coal mining, and after the exploitation, Alyne grassland expanded. On the other hand, as I will introduce in this presentation, there are some areas where primary and secondary forest still maintains. So this is a photo of the local people's village along the upstream of Mahakam River. So you can see the natural secondary forest expanded. But of course, even though this is upstream, their life is now affected by many development policies and support from outside stakeholders. So, this is the land use change history of East Kalimantan. The left map is from the report of Forest Watch Indonesia and the Global Forest Watch. As you can see, many deforestations, this chocolate color, occurred in downstream and plain area from 1985 to 1997. And right map shows the land use in 2019. This is from the map of National Forest Monitoring System of Ministry of Environment Forestry Indonesia. So all of you can access this map from the website of Ministry of Environment Forestry. This is open map. And we can see the primary and secondary forest remaining in the upstream and hilly and mountain area. On the other hand, downstream and the plain area is already covered by the shrub, estate crop, plantation forest, and agriculture area. So my study area is this red circle, Mahakam district. This is located in the upstream of Mahakam River, and rich primary and secondary forests are still maintained. Then this map shows the deforestation in Mahakam district from 2009 to 2017. The government of Indonesia classifies forest area into, as I show here, nature conservation area, protection forest, production forest, and commercial forest. And these areas all owned by a government, except for this other use area, this white area. This is not owned by the government. And the term of forest area should be carefully used. The administration meaning of forest area in Indonesian language, kawasan hutan, is not same with the areas covered by real forest vegetation. So even though categorized as an area, so this too is very different. This colored by area is forest area. This is owned by the government, and white is other use area. And even though categorized as other use area, there are areas that have rich forest vegetation, especially this Mahakam district. And the important point is development of oil palm plantation is allowed only in this other use areas. And while natural forest logging and industrial tree plantation are allowed in production forest, and coal mining is allowed in production forest as a use area. So it is different between the permission to the such development. And as we can see, many deforestation are occurring in this white as a use area. So according to the literature review and interview in the field and satellite image, the main driver of deforestation is oil palm plantation in Mahakamur district. And the challenge is that, the current challenge is that many villages are also located along the Mahakam River in this other use area. So the expansion of oil palm leads to the reduction of local people's land use, such as Sweden agriculture, fruits garden, fallow land, cacao garden, rubber garden, customary land, and that is local commons. So how this challenge should be resolved is a major issue. So for your imaging, I would like to show the land use satellite image of this study site. This is the center of Mahakamur district. So you can see the villages along the, and also camp of the logging company along the Mahakam River. And Ujobiran, this is the capital of the Mahakamur district. And here is the oil palm plantation. And also you can see there are many customary forests of local people and also the location of the Sweden agriculture. So when I visited this site, the operation of oil palm plantation stopped because they can't fulfill the regulatory obligation. So now the local people's right in Indonesia is increasing in the Jokowi regime. So if oil palm companies neglect the law and regulations, local people can claim companies to improve their operation. This is current, I think, the positive aspects. Then here I want to summarize the elements of affecting the livelihood strategy of local people in Mahakamur district based on my field study. We can see not only the challenge, but also the opportunities. The challenge is oil palm plantation is expanding, but the accreditation of RSPO, a Roundtable of Sustainable Palm Oil, and ISPO, Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil, are limited. So this process should be promoted, especially land tenure conflicts among local people and companies should be resolved. And declining logging industry is also the challenge. As a result, the cash income of local people is decreased in the Mahakam district. And I don't write here, but the frequency of floods of Mahakam River has increased since 2005. And some villagers moved their house from riverside to inland as a result of the climate change impact. And also rainfall pattern has also changed. That is a challenge. And the opportunity is that East Kalimantan is selected as the site of subnational level RED Plus, reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation plus program supported by the World Bank, Forest Carbon Partnership Carbon Fund. And this program is ongoing. So this initiative is very relevant to the SDGs and Paris Agreement. And as an opportunity is social forestry license. In Indonesian language, Hutan Desa for 8 villages has been issued by government with support of NGOs. And district government and NGOs support local people, cacao cultivation, and its distribution. These actions can contribute to the improvement of livelihoods of local people. And allocation of village budget from central and local government has increased based on the National Law of Village 2014. So the development of budget plan and its implementation is becoming more transparent with villagers' participation. This is also the opportunity. In addition, East Kalimantan has been selected as a new capital site of Indonesia in 2019. This is not clear whether it is a positive or negative for local people, because there is a possibility of job opportunity will increase. But while there is also the possibility of land-related conflicts will happen between local people and migrants. Then, and COVID-19 pandemic happened in 2020. The impact is not clear at this moment. And fortunately, the COVID-19 positive people is 0 as of the 20 July in this Mahakam district. However, totally about 900 patients have been identified in the whole East Kalimantan province as of 2 days ago. So you can understand the condition surrounding local people is very complex. So, sorry. So I'd like to move to the conclusion. It seems that it is difficult to introduce mainstream degrowth concept directly to the current policy direction, because Indonesia government adopted the SDGs and eager of growth is strong in this country, including the local people. However, there may be the room to apply localized degrowth way on the ground, de facto base, under the SDGs relevant policies in the process of responding to the urgency of the addressing the impact of climate change and COVID-19 pandemic. For example, to increase resilience to respond risks brought by the external world by maintaining their livelihoods and customary forest, local commons. And for example, when the world depression happened in 1930s, before the World War II, local people increased the rate of self-sufficient livelihoods, such as rice cultivation, according to the literature. And regarding the new technologies, smartphone is distributing, and local people now can access many information through such new devices. So they look also the opportunities and risks and decide their future options. So I think if new technologies will be suitable for their life, they will accept it. And if it will not so suitable, they will merely reject it. So I think there is also opportunity such transition. But anyway, further studies to look for the way to apply the concept of degrowth in accordance with the local reality will be required. So thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thank you very much. So we have another, let me see, we have another few minutes to have some questions. And in the Slack channel, so far, I don't see anybody. Is there anybody here in the audience who would like to say something or who would like to clarify something around, well, the SDGs and on the other hand, the degrowth? Is it the battle or the conjuncture between SDGs and degrowth locally in Kalimantan? Hmm.
Excuse me. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Kawai. I think I have same, I'm Indonesian, and some of my work also in East Kalimantan. I see the same way how, I mean, it's not just feeling, the way how you understand about East Kalimantan context, it will be difficult to doing the growth in that situation. Even I think is the opportunities. I think is important to. That's why the feminist political ecology is, for me, is interesting concept to challenge not just the big things of the growths that, you know, when we contrasting is like, oh, it's impossible to do. But I think it's need to, because initially the indigenous people, Dayak, it's have, what you call it, their cosmology and kind of that, they have the growth perspective actually, yeah?
Yes.
And even the relation with human and non-human kind of that. But then it's changed because the situation that you mentioned. So I feel that everything is depend on the demand of global commodities. For example, if I just imagine how it's, and it relate each other. For example, when Europe or other part of the world like push for or the coal cost is drops. So maybe it's give space for the growth growing kind of that. So I mean, it's very clearly that the growth is not depend in their in the country itself, but it has relation with the because Indonesia is like what you call it, follow or influenced by the global commodity demands, and also the politics, what you call it, the oligarch. So I think it's need to put this perspective because then Indonesian is not really thinking, especially Kalimantan. I think in all Kalimantan have the same patterns in the context of what you're talking about. So I think it's important to put a different way to looking SDGs and the growth also in the context of how is actually the changings of global market and the climate change things, because it has relation with that. And I still have hope if we can kind of more exercising in the context of what you call it, challenging the big perspective with the way how people looking the situation and in the changing of environmental situation at the moment. Thank you to giving me the perspective to looking the how impossible the growth exercising in Kalimantan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comments, and I agree. So they also local people also want, yeah, as I told, want you said, want to growth, and also they need such global products, and but they also know now very know such a they should conserve forest and also should mitigate the climate change. So maybe they also now considering how balance this demand and conservation, I think. Anyway, I also want to consider how to deal with and find the solution of these two perspectives. Thank you very much for your input.
Thanks, Kawai.
There was earlier, I think Takahashi-san also had a question, maybe.
Yes, I have a question.
Do you mind putting it in the Slack? Is that
yes,
okay?
yeah.
Because we should probably go ahead with the next
Mm-hmm.
presentation. Sorry about that. And Andrew Paul also had another one, and he will also put it into the Slack channel. Thank you very much, Kawai-san. Maybe you can have a look later there and answer the other.
Okay, thank you very
questions.
much.
Thank you. Okay, so first presentation by Rajiv.
Hi, I'm Rajiv Kimiri, PhD candidate at Arizona State University. Today, I'm presenting a paper that is a part of my dissertation that I'm working on. Some scholars have termed addressing climate change as an imaginative challenge. While the social, ecological, and political conditions of the Earth will be different from the historical pattern, communities around the world find it difficult to imagine a future that is radically different from the present and the past. Approaches for dealing with climate change are based on narrative created by global scientific research and directed by international conventions. Consequently, the central level imaginary and the top-down approach prevails over local knowledge and capacity of solving problems in the case of climate adaptation. In general, the approach for dealing with climate change relies heavily on national level policies and programs. This resonates with the ideas of James Scott, who mentions in his seminal book, Seeing Like a State, that bureaucratic and science-centered approaches of dealing with issues focuses more on the ease of governance than understanding what best serves people. Also, this relates to the idea that Ostrom and the works in commons disproved regarding the governance of commons by nation states. In most countries, the imaginary regarding tackling climate change is framed as state responsibility and a technocratic problem. Imaginary here refers to a set of rules, institutions, and values common to a group through which people imagine what climate change is and how to deal with it. On the other hand, there are several community-based and community-led approaches that have been serving communities for a long time. For example, the farmers managed irrigation system, as shown in the right, helped Ostrom frame how communities can come together to manage commons. Likewise, the case of community forestry management in Nepal is often considered as an example of the management of commons by communities. There are several other approaches around the world, such as the traditional seed exchange system, conservation agriculture, fisheries management, and so on. In the case of developing countries, in addition to being top-down and science-centric, the imaginaries around climate change are often siloed or sectoral, donor-driven, and apolitical. The sectoral approach to the governance of resources ignores trade-offs and synergies between sectors. The donor-driven or aid-driven approach in making policies helps reinforce the agendas of external agents rather than promoting original ideas of communities. Finally, most plans and policies regarding climate change are not debated that results in immediate success in the form of new plans, policies, and programs, but these programs lack teeth during the implementation phase. All these call for alternative imaginaries in climate adaptation in the form of integrative approach and innovative processes. First, the integrative approach aims to decolonize knowledge systems, bridging between top-down and bottom-up approaches. The idea seeks to bridge multiple sectors, the scales, actors, and ideas. Second, the innovative processes is about doing things differently. It is the recognition that the novel approach calls for changing the status quo and utilizing new processes. It can be applying more plural epistemology, transdisciplinary approach, or the use of mixed or multiple methods. It can be trying a new approach that, such as reflexive planning, foresight, storytelling, scenario planning, etc., for carrying out adaptation plans and programs. Nepal is endowed with diverse ecosystems, multiple cultures, and natural wonders. On the other hand, the country is highly vulnerable to climate change. The approach to deal with climate change in Nepal has received considerable scholarly critique and appreciation. The critics argue that the climate adaptation regime is top-down and donor-driven. Even National Adaptation Program for Action, NAPA, prepared was highly affected by donors and based on technocratic framing of adaptation that prevented the representation of marginalized groups. Imaginaries were created for climate change to be a technical problem. The earlier works on climate change followed disaster risk reduction approaches, considering climate change as a technological problem. One striking example is the lowering of water table in Chorolpa Glacial Lake to reduce the risk of glacial lake outburst flood. On the other hand, some have praised NAPA for adopting participatory and inclusive process during its preparation. Many have appreciated several contextual adaptation programs that aim to bring voices from bottom up. Another most appreciated feature is that the Climate Change Policy 2011, which is now repealed by Climate Change Policy 2019, and NAPA 2010 had provision that 80% of the funds for climate change will go to the grassroots level for its implementation. Looking at the conversation around climate change adaptation in Nepal, it is seen that the initiatives that are community-based and community-led are generally appreciated as they promise to bridge top-down and bottom-up approaches. Here I present Local Adaptation Plans for Action LAPA initiative of the government of Nepal as an innovative approach. LAPA is the idea regarding bottom-up adaptation planning at local level that came during the negotiations had during preparation of NAPA. This is not something mandated by international community or international obligations. The idea was taken up seriously in Nepal. As a result, so far, around 300 LAPAs are prepared by 3 major programs. The government of Nepal is implementing around 100 LAPAs in vulnerable districts of Western Nepal. In some ways, LAPAs provide integration of bottom-up and top-down approach, knowledge systems, stakeholders, interests, and values. Nevertheless, some scholars have pointed out that LAPA are also influenced by top-down, science-centered, and donor-driven approaches. In my view, initiatives such as LAPAs require innovative implementation processes different from traditional approaches rooted in disaster risk assessments. The influence of top-down, sectoral, or science-centered approach can be reduced if the program provides ample space for promoting small bottom-up approaches and appropriate management of commons. This calls for transdisciplinary approach and mixed method. An approach is transdisciplinary where insights are provided by non-specialists and general knowledge held by affected communities, local communities, or similar local level stakeholders. The mixed method recognizes that all knowledge are partial or part of reality, but not life. It insists on drawing from multiple approaches for getting better picture of the situation and the potential initiative. This slide shows how adaptation initiatives or small practices or technologies that are implemented by LAPAs promoted by Haryoban project in Western Nepal. This is not exhaustive list, but a list of major interventions as per their report. But this suggests that initiatives range from household level activities such as home garden and improved cooking stoves, to community-based approaches such as irrigation, canal maintenance. Some practices are even larger that can benefit multiple communities, such as renovation of water sources. In general, approaches that are related to agriculture or food security are smaller and private, whereas other initiatives are based on the management of commons. It also suggests that adaptation can hardly be realized without the management of commons. Finally, I conclude with a simple framework that promotes alternative imaginaries of adaptation. This integrates 4 sectors: agriculture, forest and biodiversity, energy, and water resources for providing effective climate adaptation. In addition, it also bridges between top-down initiatives that are generally large and planned and bottom-up adaptation initiatives that are generally small and autonomous. It also shows multiple levels of adaptation initiatives can work on. In general, approaches related to food and agriculture are concerned at household level, whereas other 3 communal sectors extend to community and even watershed level. The outer box represents stressors that can be climatic or other changes in the socio-ecological system or the land use system. I will stop here. Thank you very much for listening to me. I appreciate any feedback, suggestions, or questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rajiv, you're with us?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's something called LAPAS, which is kind of the anti-direction to the top-down, donor-driven, technocratic NAPAS.
Yes.
Is there any questions or comments? Yes, Ishihara Sachiko-san.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I really appreciated how you brought in this question about imaginaries and how you concretely tried to propose an alternative imaginary. I was thinking a little bit about how you think, so now you're proposing some sort of alternative imaginary. I'm thinking a little bit about how these imaginaries are constructed and how you think we can basically reconstruct them. So if you have an idea of how you think you can influence the dominant imaginary by proposing this alternative, if you have some thoughts on that.
Yes, of course. Thank you for your question. And it is a very important question that I have been thinking. Yeah, as I mentioned, there is a dominant imaginary which is top-down, which comes from international, and there is another alternative imaginary that is coming within Nepal. When they were like discussing about that National Adaptation Plan of Action, they thought it would be better to have local adaptation plans for action where community will devise their own plans and work with their stakeholders to implement them. And that is something new and kind of imaginary is coming, but still it's coming. But for it to be effective, as I have outlined, it needs to be taken care carefully. How we approach the community and how we motivate or encourage them for their own plans instead of going to communities and with preconceived ideas. So my thought is that it's a good initiative, but still it should be backed with good processes or methods, different than traditional methods or techniques that we use in all the development practices.
So sorry, just to follow up then, who are the kind of people that who is behind promoting these local adaptation plans? It is the local government, or it's more of a civil society social movement?
The central government has prepared local adaptation plan of action framework. Based on that framework, like government has initiated the LAPAs at around 100 different villages. And then other development partners and NGOs have done some 200 LAPAs, and they are working with communities to implement the plans they have brought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I also could ask actually myself, maybe. Do you know
if commons play a role in those LAPAs? What would be the role of commons within the adaptation framework? Do you have any hint or idea?
Yes, there are two categories of plans proposed. One is more at household level, and other is more related to commons, particularly water resource management or forest management. And what I see is household level practices are small scale, more on agriculture, and like the.
Oh no, he's gone. We lost him? Oh, maybe not.
Okay, well, I think there was another question also for him from Chandra, but maybe you can post that one also in the Slack, and when Rajiv comes back, he can answer it. And in the meantime, we can try to go back to Ota-san's presentation.
Let me open it here. Where is it? The double Ota-san. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to present at a great three-day online conference. I am Kazuhiko Ota from Research Institute for Humanity and Nature. Today, I'd like to present on commons and serious game. At first, I'd like to introduce an overview of our research. I'm researching serious game as an exercise tool for transdisciplinary communication, particularly interested in serious games related to sustainable food system. This study aimed to examine effective perspectives and questions for the debriefing session. Debriefing session is an ideas exchange after playing a serious game. It would help address commons-related ideas in more depth. By the way, what is a serious game? Serious games are games with a theme of social issues. The following effects have been noted. First, supported consensus building among various stakeholders for resource management. Second, experience the wickedness of social and environmental issues. Third, carry out simulation in which roles are shared and cooperation is carried out. Fourth, learn the complexity of historical issues. Fifth, connect knowledge such as SDGs and climate change with action in daily life. We can find common related ideas for some serious games. In particular, the tragedy of free access and the collective determinant of access rules are popular. Experience of playing a game are expected to encourage mutual understanding and change among the stakeholders. Many papers suggest that players tend to learn the following. By the way, an important point of learning through serious games is debriefing. In other words, entertainment-related games can even be used as a serious game with description and debriefing. The type of discussion you have during this debriefing will determine the quality of your playing experience. This is where such research question lies. What would this debriefing session be like? That effectively connects serious gameplay to insight in common-related ideas? In this presentation, we'd like to approach this research question from two directions. First, I'd like to explain the various common-related ideas that can be found in the categories. Second, I'd like to explain how the components of serious games are limited objects. I will examine the experience of making the serious board game Trash Comedy of the Commons. So first of all, I'd like to introduce three games. The first is a Commons Free. This is free licensed board game. Players fight against the speculators. Players aim to preserve urban, health, environmental, and intangible commons goods by the players helping each other. As with many players games, many serious games, you need a game master. It would be nice if we had a good game master, but that seems to be the bottleneck in many cases, particularly in Japan. The second is Catan All Springs. This is an entertainment game that incorporates the element of a serious game. No game master required. Actually, this game has already been used as a serious game in some workshops. It is mean we can use it as a tool to influence people's consciousness and behavior. We can design workshops through support of expert, educator, and designer. Third, Ultima Online. This is massively multiplayer online role-playing games. This is pure entertainment game. It contains few elements of serious game, but a very flexible field teach players to benefit of building a bottom-up team. For example, player needs to team up and make rules to manage resources and fight player killers. This is players robbing other players. Next, I will explain how the components of a serious game are limited objects. Component limits will indicate what the briefing must cover. The case study is Trash Comedy of the Commons produced by presenters. Trash Comedy of Commons is Monopoly-based role-playing games. Made at the Serious Board Game Jam 2018, players cultivate grassroots to create farmlands. As the more players cultivate the grasslands, the higher the yield will be. However, if cultivated too much, the grasslands will become waste round. Players negotiate with other players and can invest in environmental conservation. Sorry. This game visualizes factors that have long-term adverse effect on the productive capacity of the land, such as climate change and soil runoff. Two topics were specifically discussed during the game production process. One is, how much detail does this game include? Serious game can be made as realistic as the creator wants. For example, how about the environmental impact of livestock? What cultivation methods result in soil erosions? Type of soil, voting, and so on. But more complexity means more time needed to play. This is a big problem. Therefore, a solution. We elaborate the supplementary reader about these details. This reader used to debriefing. To trigger post-game dialogue, supplementary readers were written in screenplay style. Through the supplementary reader, player can learn about complex realities beyond what is represented in the game. Second is, how do we lead player to cooperate between different interests? Player become over-virtuous. When playing serious games, virtuous is great. But the game does not get remarkably interesting, and is not real at all. Cooperation is an important element, but securing self-interest is also important. Our thoughts are usually inconsistent, and we are not always so altruistic. How can serious games better represent social and emotional conflicts? We made each player could have a different condition to active victory. For example, a farmer wins by gaining maximized yield. A space invader wins by devastating the land. A person from the future wins by conserving the land. Therefore, player can experiment with different ways of cooperation with others who have a different interest. The Adobe previews the action research suggests the following. The experience gained from gameplay is very diverse. Through the process of debriefing, experience of playing could be coupled with deepened by knowledge. To do so, you need to pay attention to the following point. Expand notions of complexity. What perspective and details will not be represented in the game? Second, deepen our understanding of what was collectivity experience through common theories. What are factors that supported our cooperate in the game, and so on. There are additional information. If you are interested, please take a look. Thank you for your attention.
Good. Oh, there's some techno. Ota-san is with us, right?
Is this working? My voice is okay.
Any questions?
Victoria-san?
Yes, please, Victoria-san. Victoria, can you talk, or is it? It says you raised your hand.
Did you hear my question?
No.
Okay, I'll try again.
Yes, please.
Yeah, great presentation, really interesting. So we saw all about the theory of these different serious games, but how about the practice? Like, what are your experiences with playing these kind of games? And what do they help with in practical daily life?
Oh, okay. This is many types. Oh, sorry. Okay. This is many types games. For example, people can many players. It means many player daily life in daily life. See one perspective. Have their one perspective. It means people. Mr. A see Mr. A's perspective, and Mr. B see Mr. B based on Mr. B's perspective, and there in these perspectives exchanged in this game, and for example, A can learn about B's perspective, and B's learn A's perspective, and so on. And this is after that playing how to after playing this role exchanging and description and debriefing is this experience switch connect to their one daily life. This is because of description and debriefing is really important in the using serious game. What is the exchange daily life? This is really depend on what type serious games. For example, trash comedy of commons. This in this case studies, people player says pay forward is really working to keep food security. This is many test player says after this game playing, and of course this is not data mining, but this is reflect. I believe this is I believe reflect their one daily life. Is it okay?
Yes, thank you. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, we have one more question from Chris, and he asked me to read it. Ota-san, can you please talk a bit about how you developed the game? And
excuse me, I should read. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
in Slack. Can you read it in Slack? So
Okay,
Chris
okay.
asked, can you talk about how you developed the game first? And second, do you know about any serious games that are played in the real world, like in suburbs or on the street?
Okay, thank you so much. First, this is a really detailed. It's me, not only me, but also Inoue-san and Fujieda-san. This is my colleague, and they develop the trash comedy of commons 1 year, but this based on game jam. This is a event for making a serious game on 3 days. No, 2 days. This development event like as a hackathon, and this is based on development game. And second, serious games that are playing in the real world? Yes, this is a, thank you for a nice question. And actually, I know Netherlands case study. This is Professor Joost Perpot and Astrid Mannes. They are trying to real world serious games. But actually, this is not in case study. We have not case study in Japan. Is it okay? Okay.
Maybe the last one by Ria.
Yeah, basically, I just wanted to ask about sort of the findings and insights from actually playing these games, specific and commoning, if you have some. Okay.
Sorry, I cannot hearing as well. Can I?
She also asked in Slack if you want to read it.
Okay.
Did you measure or did you find out more details of playing the game already?
Sorry.
Basically more of like insights in terms of commoning, commons, you know, things that were generated as an outcome of actually playing the games.
Sorry, thank you so much. Yes. So this is I have a 2 or third games for testing. It's me. Sorry. I focusing trash comedy of commons. Yes, commoning is many player. Not at all, but many players said they think they. Sorry. I shared my presentation. Yes. For example, Trash Comedy of Commons, many players says they're impressed with the experience that Occupies doesn't work as food security at all. This is a Trash Comedy of Commons impressment. But on the other hand, for example, Catan or Springs is other commoning impressment. It's because many drivers depend, including serious games. For example, Catan or Springs have a managing of the commons and learning from disaster and free riding the commons. This is Catan or Springs, and on the other hand, Trash Comedy of Commons is learning from disaster and free riding the commons is really weak element, but managing commons is just a few. So other types commoning learning is rising in serious game player. Is it okay? Okay.
I think yes, for now, yes. And we can continue this discussion probably later. The question, of course, maybe also aimed at do people change the behavior after playing the game? Do people become better commoner? But let's move that discussion also into the Slack, because I think what we can see with the imaginary and behavior change is that it's not a simple input-output idea. We cannot just do playing one's commoning game and then we all become commoner. That's not how it works. So there's the part of changing an imaginary and there's a part of reliving those and making those happening in the real world, and that takes several steps to become true. From the governance side, as we saw with the presentation from Nepal, in the private time maybe, or in the governance side, as Ota-san pointed out, there's different angles of serious games. And for Kalimantan, we had seen that there's an international dimension clashing with the local dimension when it comes to acting. So we covered a broad range in this session, and that's what we did overall in the last 2 days. And so I would close this session for now and would hand over to Tamura-san again, who will guide us towards the end.
Thank you. Thank you for the Max. Thank you for Max. So now we are closing the session 6, and then we have the final session as so-called the closing panel from the 6 p.m. of Japan time. So, Hirumi, is that right? I think so.
Yes.
I believe so. Thank you.
In 20 minutes.
So yes, 23 minutes later. Okay, so let's break. Let's have a short break now, and please join again the 23 minutes later. Bye-bye. Thank you. Maybe we will start 2 minutes before to see the Chikyuken video again. Please enjoy. Wish you enjoy this. Okay, thank you for watching the video. This is a joke video, but it is actually recorded within this institute, so you can, in a sense, I hope it would give you some images of RIHN. So then the mascot is also walking around the institute sometimes. So if you have a chance to come to Kyoto, so please visit us.
So you've learned that basically at RIHN we're all silly characters dancing around the whole day.
Right. Yeah.
And singing funny songs.
If we stay too long, we turn into those characters.
Are you in the mascot costume? No, not unfortunately. Well, you know, it's alive. It's ripping all kinds of, I guess. Okay, stop joking. Thank you for joining again the work. Yeah, it is organism. Thank you for joining again. So this is the final session of the 3-day programs, workshop programs. So the so-called closing panel. It's so general, it's so futsu title. So I would like, kindly the 3 keynote speakers all join, or accepted to join, or agree to join this panel. So we would like to reflect the 3 days and then discuss toward the future. So this final session is chaired by the Himalay of Lean, so I'd like to pass the microphone to Hein.
Yes. My video being muted, or at least it says so. I'm using the speaker connected to Tamura-san's computer. So welcome to the final session of this 3-day workshop. Thank you for being with us for such a long time. You've been a great audience that we've had consistently sort of 30 to 40 people in varying compositions with us. So that was really pleasing. And I think it's a little bit of an indication that people are engaging with the substance. So we have 45 minutes, which is not so long given sort of the enormity of some of the issues that we are talking about. I'm going to start by asking the 3 keynote speakers for quick reflections, so 2 or 3 minutes, and then hopefully we have time to revisit the issue of commons versus degrowth and post-development, sort of how these concepts relate and how we talked about them. Today, in particular, decolonizing research and a related set of issues came up, and that might also be worth touching upon. And there's a question from Sachiko Ichihara about language and translation that hopefully we will have some time to go into as well. It's a bit confusing now because I'm on two cameras now. So I'm going to ask the keynote speakers in turn in their order of appearance earlier in the workshop to for any sort of things that stood out or things they felt worthwhile, or perhaps things that they want to underline after 3 half days of discussion. So Ashish, can I request that you go first?
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Thank you. Well, firstly, thanks to the organizers for this opportunity, both for the keynote address and for this closing panel, and of course the rest of the workshop. I was not able to, and my apologies, attend all of the sessions. I did attend the other 2, other keynote presenters, and I was greatly inspired by some of what I heard there, and couple of the other sessions. So apologies if there's some really important stuff that I missed out, including this afternoon's on decolonizing our work. But I think a couple of points, if I can make here on the basis of what I did here and some of the discussion during my address. One is that we really do need to dig deeper into our own roots and dig out our own concepts, worldviews, cosmovisions, alternative practices, etc. in Asia, and be able to see how they are relevant in today's context. Maybe some of them are being used in today's movements and by people's groups and so on, or in research, and stress the fact that there is a pluriverse. There's a whole diversity of post-development or post-growth kind of approaches, and we don't necessarily have to use only degrowth all the time. I've said this earlier, and I would like to re-emphasize that, and maybe we can have a longer conversation on that. But having said that, I think it's also important that we look at, and this could be really good activist research, we look at what are the differences and the common elements. There could be respectful differences between, say, Swaraj in India and Kyosei and Satayoma from Japan, and degrowth in Europe, and Buen Vivir and Sumac Kausei in Latin America, and so on. But there would also be crucial similarities. I mentioned, for instance, maybe common threads of values and ethics. So that's something that I think we can do a lot more work on building forward from here. And the second important thing is, and I really, I think it came to me quite strongly in the urban, the cities of transformation, the cities of dignity session yesterday by my colleagues Mabruka and Marianne, that we do need much more documentation of the kinds of hopeful, inspiring initiatives that are taking place across Asia. There is actually very little. I showed a site from India where we have about 1,400, 1,500 stories from India. But looking at similar things happening even in other parts of South Asia, there is very little documentation, or if it's there, it's not easily accessible and available. So I think the point for that was made by today's speaker, by Alyne, about communication. Of course, hers was about the commons, but commons is overlapping in all these things and any other sorts of approaches. We need much more of communication, also outreach, to tell people these stories, to actually get people out there to understand that there is hope and inspiration. It's not all doomsday. It's not all one crisis after the other. So this is also something that we could perhaps build more collaboration on, if, for instance, your institute was to take a lead on it. So just these 2 points initially. Thank you.
Right. Ashish, thank you very much. I think both sort of points may come back when we talk later again about commons and degrowth, and maybe a little bit about decolonization, etc. So I'm going to leave your points for now and move on to Takamura-san and ask for also a few reflections, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Alyne, to organize such great workshop. Because of coronavirus, we couldn't have workshop at RIHN. However, yes, using Zoom and Slack, yes, we could have very good presentation and discussions. And then I think we have many participants from all over the world. So yes, organization online gave us new possibility to discuss on degrowth and the commons in global world context. And yes, even there is time differences. Yes, we can yes, watch good presentation video. And then as a theme of this workshop, we have chosen degrowth as main topics. And then I think yes, this choice was very good. And then especially keynote speech, Ashish, yes, gave us very important insight. And then the study of the commons started from the social dilemma of tragedy of the commons of herding. So basically, the concept of the commons mean resource is limited, and then we have a tendency egoistic. So how to solve overconsumption? That was main topics of commons research. However, overconsumption issue is not becoming main issue. So yes, now we are online, we are in digital society, but if we have more and more participants, but the condition to discuss in this space has less change. So overconsumption does not exist in digital society. So we should discuss the commons differently. So yes, degrowth gonna become important word to think our world differently. And then yes, this afternoon we discuss about decolonize the researches. And then as yes, researcher overall, yes, I have less experience to publish my article in English. However, yes, I enjoy this opportunity, discussing in English and then prepare paper in English that gave us a great opportunity to think what we have been thinking differently. Although, yes, we gonna encounter the difficulty how to translate our national language concept into English, but this difficulty gave us a great new opportunity to redefine our thinking. And then, yes, we discuss from the perspective of degrowth. So I think we can redefine the concept of the commons. And then what I want to say lastly is parallel to our workshop, IASC Africa Commons is going. And then, yeah, I watched several presentations of IASC African Commons. And then what is curious is in that African Commons workshop, they use two languages, not only English, but also half of presentation was conducted in French language. And then I started my career as French legal historian. And then I am interested in recently the study of the commons in French language. And then in French language, in French discussion on the commons, they use the word common goods, bien commun. And then they distinguish this word from the commons. Commons is common pool resources, and then the main problem is overconsumption. However, common goods is defined as Ashish pointed out, human rights, humanity, dignity is centers. So common goods is not common property. Ownership belongs in sometimes private person, sometimes states, or sometimes community. However, the social function of these goods are important for the human development. So they distinguish the goods from the functions. And then as far as I watched several videos, IASC Africa, they use these two words, common goods, very carefully, and they distinguish very well. So if we use this new word, common goods, I think our research on the commons in English-based gonna be more rich. So I don't like dichotomy, Western versus Asia, because in Western world there is many differences, and then culture background are different. So I want to be more cosmopolitan, using sometimes English, French, and then reading Germany text, and then articulate interesting elements. So it's not decolonizing strategy. We can combine the mixture and then publish in several languages. That is my philosophy.
All right, thank you very much. Sasuga, dato omoimashita. So, Alyne, I think you're online as well. Can I ask you to say a few things?
Yes, thank you. First of all, as previously said, I want to thank you all at RIHN for organizing this. It's been a really interesting workshop. And sometimes these things don't work well online, but I think between Slack and Zoom, it's really been a good experience. Now, in terms of comments, well, sometimes when you go last, oftentimes what you're interested in has already been talked about. But I do want to then emphasize again some of these what like Dr. Khotari has talked about was like the commonalities. I mean, as I talked about in my keynote, for me, a lot of what's important is this communication between and among the different groups. And of course, we have our own disciplinary backgrounds and our own regions and our own different foci, but I think it's important to find the commonalities. So what's going on in the degrowth part of research and action, and then the commons, because as I found, I mean, I myself have failed over the years in trying to, for example, after the Japan Commons meetings, to get a network going. And I've also seen in the Commons group, they have maybe the digital of the Commons subgroup, and you often talk about connecting, but somehow it doesn't seem to quite come together. And I really think if we want to be successful with our goals in the world, that it's really important that we do find a way to come together and to communicate and work together. And so some of the communication is, as also was just talked about, is the language we use. You know, maybe try to reduce the hegemony of English, but at the same time, make sure we understand the concepts that are actually being spoken about are understood. And then also, yeah, so communicating our agendas with the different groups, because I think those of you who work elsewhere in Asia, maybe outside of Japan, might have felt a sense of urgency over the years that I actually haven't felt. But now when I look at Japan and the change in the fisheries law, I suddenly feel a lot more concerned about what's going on than I used to be. Of course, overall in the world, I've always felt concerned about the direction things were moving, but I felt fairly secure in the Japanese model as being not perfect, but being pretty good. But now with the new fisheries law, I feel this urgency of needing to do more. And then again, with the communication, somehow getting what we're trying to get across further up in the world. Of course, now using the SDGs, you know, using this kind of terminology, you know, might help. But I think it's a challenge. So yeah, I would really emphasize, yeah, trying to find our commonalities and communicate, you know, as we move forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Alyne, and all three of you. The points that I mentioned earlier, commons and degrowth and decolonizing research, already sort of have been referred to several times in these comments. So I would still want to sort of dig a little bit deeper, but we've already sort of touched upon many things. For me, I think in one sense, both commons and the degrowth communities are very diverse. They have diverse ideas that attract diverse people. Sometimes you go to the conferences and you get people who are sort of really into the core concepts, and at the same time, you get people who sort of are attracted by the general atmosphere and the attitudes rather than the sort of the methodologies, etc., and the core concepts as such. And I think it's a strength. I think partly this workshop was looking for areas of overlap between these different communities and sets of ideas, but they may also be sort of different in nature. Degrowth, as I think Ashish pointed out the first day, can be seen as an outcome rather than as maybe a sort of a rallying cry for the whole movement. And in some ways, I think some of the discussions have also highlighted the commons scholarship as a method, a set of concepts and steps, etc., that help us think through things, analyze things, etc., that may not be as clearly possible present with these other larger paradigms. But so I'm still going to invite all three of you to see if we can move a little bit further in terms of thinking through whether commons is, you know, one of the many elements in the pluriverse of degrowth, or whether the commons and degrowth and post-development are all sort of elements in a much bigger pluriverse. I knew the book, but sort of the workshop has still driven home to me the real meaning of that term pluriverse. So I think it's very useful. But can we move a little bit further on this? Is my hope. So not necessarily to point to any particular individual, but the three of you. Does anybody have something additional to add to this? Go ahead if you.
Maybe just some thoughts, stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, I think from my limited understanding of the different concepts and worldviews and practices around the world, if we take, let's say, the commons, and of course, Alyne can correct me if I'm wrong, but and if you take, say, the commons and you take ecofeminism, the two have significant overlap, but they're not the same. Struggles for gender justice, or in India, for instance, for a casteless society or against casteism, or what we are now seeing, the anti-racist struggles in many parts of the world, are not necessarily and easily encompassed within a commons framework, and vice versa. Commons framework is not necessarily encompassed within, let's say, an individualistic human rights framework that, for instance, is the UN Declaration of Human Rights. But both are valuable ways of approaching injustice or inequality or unsustainability and so on. And so my understanding from putting those 100 entries together with my co-editors in the book Pluriverse was exactly what I said earlier, and we need to go further into it, is that there's actually a lot of crucial common ground, but there's also crucial differences. And I think any attempt at trying to think of any one as being the umbrella concept or term tends to both deny this diversity and differences, and creates a sense of hegemony of another kind. Just a minute more. I remember that, for instance, when we were working for a long time on community-based conservation, so like the Satayama kind of principle of where local communities, indigenous peoples, or other local communities are governing a landscape, managing a landscape, that has become a very, very important concept across the world. And we brought it together as what we called ICCAs, that is Indigenous Peoples and Community Conserved Territories and Areas, which now are being called Territories of Life. But when we did this, and when it actually became a common name, ICCA, in the IUCN and the Biodiversity Convention processes, the global processes, there was a kind of a pushback from a lot of indigenous peoples and other communities saying that we have our own term. We call it XYZ. And why should you want to impose ICCA as a term on what we're doing? I mean, we can understand that it's a process in which we would get involved, but then you need to respect the fact that there is diversity. And there could also be differences, even as there are similarities and commonalities. So I think, I mean, I'm just elaborating what I was saying earlier, but as a response to what you were saying. We could call them all post-development, I don't know, but even that creates a bit of a, it's like, okay, what are different understandings of development, and then what's post-development? If you say post-growth, it's only about the economic part of it. And so I think really it's very difficult to come up with any one umbrella
There's
term.
no master approach or no umbrella, as you mentioned, right? Yeah, I find that a useful way of thinking of things. Alyne or Takamura-san, anything to add to this topic?
Okay, with pleasure. So how we understand the commons, yeah, it depends on the context. And then, yes, Harding's impact is very big. However, if we understood the commons as Harding defined as a social dilemma, common situation is very abstract and then not moving. And then what I'm interested in is the word, several papers choose this word as title words. Commoning might be important to think having commons dilemma differently, adapting with yes, new requirement, new movement. So as far as I understood, the words of commons has origin in English history. So at first, the land was that of landlord, noble family. And then farmers started to claim this land is commons, so farmers should have the right of use as their custom. And then from the middle of 19th century, urban people claimed commons land is not only for farmer, we should have access. And then these urban citizens use the word of the commons to claim this land is also ours. So I think the extent of commons is always changing and then always inclusive. So this process is very important to develop the extent of the commons and then develop the study of the commons. So yes, recently Italian scholar Ugo Matti yes developed good theory. Yes, yes, there was many citizen movement in Italy, occupy public space and then occupy a museum was an object of privatization. So, and then in Italian language and then French language, they don't use commons in plural because, yes, commons is non-plural, commons with S. So if we use this word with S, we cannot find in it new normativity because it's plural. So yes, there is many type of resources who has characteristic of the commons. However, Ugo Matti and then French legal scholar who prefer the words of common goods, they use rather common. So I think common is better because common is not known, not plural. And then common is more moving. So yes, I'm always curious why we call commons with S. So that is a curious point, not native English speaker. So Aline, how could you explain why commons is plural S?
Yeah, that's a good question, and something maybe native speakers we don't often reflect upon. I think basically why commons is used so commonly when we talk about the commons is because it's coming from, I think, the history of specific types of a common. So the fish, we're coming originally from talking about natural resources. So coming from the fisheries or forestry or, pasture land. And I think there was still this view of these independent and separated common area, common land. And that's why it's plural, I think. So in using the plural, it's talking about, we recognize that there are many different types.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's satisfactory.
Maybe a parallel is people and peoples. Because people can be everybody, of course, but like indigenous peoples always say there are different indigenous peoples, so that actually people becomes a kind of a noun that denotes a certain collectivity, but then there is another collectivity and a third one. So maybe it's something like that. I don't know. Alyne, would you agree?
Oh,
It's a good example. I like that.
Normative.
I'm not a native speaker, but I think that the word commons actually is also used as a singular. Commons. That doesn't sort of help us figure out what the sort of the fine points of the definition are. But we're sort of heading into the issue of language, though, and that was flagged by Sachiko Ishihara as a point of interest for the final for this session. So if she's online, I would like to ask her maybe to speak to this point briefly.
Sure. Thank you so much for addressing this question. I think your reflections were really interesting, and I really appreciate all of the points you've made, and the examples I think is interesting. But I really agree with you, Ashish, when you connect this with the idea of the pluriverse, because I think my interest in this language question relates to I think it is the worldviews or the values or how we understand things. It's not just about the actual word or the actual how do you say, the letters that's represented. So I think this is really interesting, and also interesting to hear that you all felt it was interesting, because I think it's not really addressed as much, especially now I'm in the discipline of human geography. I think perhaps it's addressed more in anthropology, I would imagine. But I think certain disciplines don't really question this, and you just automatically translate words into English when writing in English. And I'm really happy to share that we can problematize this a bit more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to try and see if we can also briefly touch upon the issue of decolonizing research. I realize it may be a contradiction to suggest that we can briefly touch upon this enormous topic, but we've talked a little bit about the hegemony of English, and as Takamura-san said, well, maybe it's not the right sort of way to posit this dichotomy between Asia and the West or Europe or specific languages, and we need to be cosmopolitan, and I completely agree with that. I also, at the same time, still wonder a little bit about the issue of decolonization came up in the when we talked about commons, but I wonder about the degrowth world and sort of the whether it's not similar structures and attitudes that sort of are also present there, and how we can well, decolonize that field as well. And Ashish has already suggested that it's important to look at the differences and the commonalities, and that maybe one way to go about this partly is to highlight and to document and to share and reach out about all these excellent examples that we have in terms of positive and hope-giving initiatives in Asia. But I'm still interested in asking all three of you, perhaps, if you have any further thoughts about this.
Should we go in the reverse order this time?
All right, that's Alyne then. Will you have it first?
So are you asking me, the white American, about decolonization in my work in Asia? Sorry.
But she's reading when she's speaking Japanese.
Shall I start?
We're all cosmopolitans, Alyne.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I might have missed the thread in there somewhere, but certainly I think I was actually very pleased that Gakuto-san talked about, who pointed out there are differences around the world, and it isn't always this hegemonic West, but yeah, but I mean, for me personally, I think I find the most important thing, excuse me, is again, sorry to harp on the same thing over and over, but this communication and these connections, these commonalities, I think is most important. And as we connect, at least I hope, my work in Japan over the last 30 years, I hope that I've hopefully have internalized some of the thinking and and I think if we do, especially for example, now the degrowth group, if I can connect with, because like one of my research projects I've just started is on hold now because of Corona, but is like revitalizing the commons, right? So looking at how in Japanese commons, people are now, starting to think differently, different uses and different understandings. So I think, there's a lot I can learn personally. But so if we're thinking of this, decolonizing or trying to tampen down the hegemony, I think for me, I think the most important thing again is then working with others across, disciplines and then regions, and then so we can also internalize other views, not just our own. But then I'm an anthropologist, and and I could also be naive about one's ability to actually internalize that. I don't know, but I guess I'm also an optimist. So
right. Takamura-san.
Okay, so to take degrowth seriously, I think we move from human-centered society to nature-centered society, as Ashish pointed out. So I told you I don't like dichotomy, but Western versus Asia. However, yes, as Ashish told us and then informed us by Slack, in India, nature or Ganges River or have standing position, so they can be demander, claimant in the court. So yes, litigation, judicial case is going in the name of the river or natures. And then not only in India, New Zealand, indigenous people, and then Ecuador, these thinking start from religion of indigenous people against the natures. So yes, and there is many interesting judicial case, not in Western nations. And then currently, yes, I have many opportunity to discuss with French legal scholar, but many French legal theorists are interested in these new cases in India, Maui, New Zealand. And then they want to integrate this new thinking into their Western law traditions. And then, yes, to realize the idea of degrowth, yes, I think it's one of alternative way. And then that's gonna be important for new study of the commons.
Right. Thank you. Ashish.
Yes, thanks. Maybe a quick word on the rights of nature aspect that Takamura-san has just mentioned. Yes, I think this is a growing movement and a very important one. And interestingly, also in many instances coming from within the belly of the beast, so to speak, within industrialized societies. Many of the American neighborhoods, for instance, or communities have declared that their nearby river has its own right, so the government cannot go into dumping on it or do fracking in the hillside or whatever. And so it's an interesting thing that the concept is emerging both in the global north and the global south. If you leave the terminology of west and east behind for the moment, but the global north and global south is still a very important distinction. And we can have the global north within India, for instance, the 50 million people who are very rich and very consumerist. And there's the global south in the USA. So for instance, so many of the blacks that are marginalized. But in both of these worlds, I think this notion of rights of nature, what's I think interesting in terms of the difference is that in the global north, the rights of nature is emerging as a kind of a legalistic concept to fight against the destruction of, etc. But from the global south, it's actually has always been there in terms of basic respect. It's a cultural phenomenon, basically respecting the rest of nature, the rest of other species and so on. So they're converging or common, but again, they're different. And I think this leads me to the second point about degrowth, which is that, in fact, I recently wrote, there's a book called Degrowth in Movements, edited by a couple of Europeans. And in that I had an article on Swaraj, and the presentation I made on the first day. And I pointed to a lot of common elements, but two possibly important differences. One, that the concept, for instance, of Swaraj from India is emerging from a struggle of marginalized peoples to assert themselves, to get dignity, to get justice, to get equality, to get everything, to get livelihoods, etc., from the poor, from the marginalized, etc., which is not how degrowth has started at all. So the origins of the concepts could be different. Right. And secondly, equally important, notions like Swaraj and maybe Kyosei and Buen Vivir and Ubuntu and so on have a very deep spirituality built into them. There is an element of which relates to the issue of rights of nature, right, or respecting nature. And degrowth comes from a little bit more of a mechanistic, a super rational existence. It's not, I'm not blaming anybody, because that's how that world has evolved. And so at least a lot of the degrowth literature is really about how we can set things right, but using science and technology, changing governance systems, questioning consumption patterns, and so on and so forth, all of which I agree with. But it doesn't necessarily rebuild a strong spiritual connection with the earth or with other species. And I think if we can actually get much more dialogue going, and a lot of that is happening. I have lots of great friends in the degrowth community, and they have been also coming here. We've been going there. If we can have much more of dialogue, we will be able to possibly infuse some of these differences into each other, so that each of these concepts actually becomes more holistic. That is a very, very important collaboration that I think we need to have across the world. Yeah, thanks.
Right. Thank you very much. That time-wise brings us to more or less time, and in contents-wise, I think this, in a way, is a very beautiful point to conclude. Pointing out that concepts may be sort of similar and occurring in different settings, but having quite different origins, and those often in the global south sort of having this more stronger dimension of respect and implying spiritual connections, etc., etc. I think it's a very valuable and persuasive point. So I'm going to close this session, not before having pointed out that there's lots of stuff going on in the Slack channel still, partly about the discussions that we are having right now. So the Slack channel will remain available, and we can continue not just today, but over the coming days and weeks, maybe to continue this conversation. So I would like to thank again the 3 keynote speakers and panelists of this final session. You were a lovely team, trio, very different, bringing your own sort of flavor and expertise and way of speaking, etc., to the discussion. For me, that was really important. It was a mini pluriverse, I think, in action in some ways. So thank you very much. I'm about to hand the microphone back to Takamura-san, but on behalf of the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature, I want to thank all of the participants for being with us, making this workshop quite a successful event, I feel. We would, of course, have loved to have you all here in this green environment that you can see on the screen behind me as well, even though it's a photo. But I think we're also increasingly beginning to see, and we've shown through this workshop, that online possibilities are quite wide and actually allow for quite meaningful interaction. So thank you all for being with us, and hope to see you again next time. So now back to Takamura-san.
Thanks for all the organizing.
Thank you, Hein, and thank you, panelists. So I would like to close the whole 3 days workshop, but with the very practical guidance and then introducing our team. So for the practical guidance, I would like to please make sure that throughout the questionnaire, I would like to listen from you about how do you feel our organization, our operating or this type of the platform. And second thing is it is much more important that we don't close Slack, so we keep it open. So please make Slack as a platform. You can post every information, like the public. You can introduce your publication, or you can share the information about funding or call for job call. Also, you can find your collaborative partners. We hope. So please keep our network. Please keep in touch on Slack. So for the final something, I would like to introduce this team. But first of all, I would like to appreciate the Professor Makoto Inoue. Unfortunately, he is not here today, but as a member of IASC Council, he linked up with us and IASC, and he gave us this opportunity to host the workshop. Unfortunately, he could not be here, but on behalf of the team, I would like to say thank you for Inoue-san. Inoue-san, ありがとうございました。 Sounds like なんかあれだね。まあ anyway. Then I would like to introduce our team briefly. So wish my colleagues, my members, turn on video or mic if possible and show your face, waving, or say thank you or something like that. First, Leah Lambino, I hear. She is chair the first session. And Mai Kobayashi. I saw she just leaving.
She's listening on her phone.
Yeah, I think so. So Mai Kobayashi is chair the second session. The Hiroyuki Shibashi, the chair of yesterday, and who is in charge of program and communication. If you sent any message or received any emails from our official account, it was Ishibashi-san who sitting behind the account. And Kunihiko Kobayashi, he also chaired one session yesterday, and he's a kind of the chief economic officer. He is mainly taking care of internal issues within this institute. And Christoph Leplecht, the chair the fifth session today. I call him the CTO, Chief Technical Officer. Christoph can say something? No? Okay. So the Max Spiegelberg, he chaired the final session of today, and I call him as our CCO, our Chief Communication Officer. And finally, the Hein Malay, the chair of the organizing committee. So this is a team of this workshop. So we are really happy to see all of you. So please keep in touch. Please stay connected with us on Slack. So okay, so I think it's already enough. So thank you for joining us. So please keep in touch. And please keep us mind you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you on Slack.
See you on
Yeah.
Slack.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.